Yeah, good morning. So let us start. A very good morning to all of you. But let us start with the standard question because we are not getting sufficient polling results. So I have to ask you, have you started at least solving the map-based assignment? I'm asking you, so at least started. Done also, very good. So those who have started and those who have completed, will you definitely agree with me that it is much simpler and much more powerful API than your other data structures? I hope you will agree with this. And there are, I mean, internal structure, hashing based data structure could be as complex as whatever, but working with it is really simple. So let us start with the revision. I'll tell you the plans are, and today we cannot really derail because otherwise, last 2 3 days remaining, and then still the threads main topic is IO. You just have overview. So what is my plan today is today we'll start with a quick revision. I'll show you some sorting in maps, custom ordering, natural ordering, and all that. And then we'll immediately start with Java at new features. And then I'll give you IO input output overview. So let's get started. When we talk about now, I'll not write because when I start writing, then you spend a lot of time. You just tell me verbally answers. So map is an interface, as everyone know. It is a interface having two generic types, K comma V, key type and a value type. Everyone knows that. So what are the unique features? What are the distinguishing features of maps? So map consists of always key and value pairs. What is it called? The key value pair is called as entry or mapping. Java docs call it as mapping or entries. And if I ask you, what is the data type of an individual key and a value pair? What is the data type of that? Are you understanding? See, map consists of entries. Exactly. Roshni is right. So map dot Nikhil is also right. Map dot entry. So what is map dot entry? You can see that map is the outer interface and entry is the statically nested interface. And if you check map dot entry, that is the inner interface, nested interface, that itself is again generic and that has k comma v. So when I revise the hashing algorithm, we will I can show you what I mean. So coming back to the point, map consists of entries, and individual entry is represented by map.entry interface. What I mean that by that is when I show you the okay, why don't I show you right away so that you know things are clear. So if you say oh, this is a hash set based, wait a second. Uh, Yesterday was day 13, right? So here, if you see, if you just control click on this hash map, I had shown you that other day, but you know, it is always good to see. So if you see, there is a class node, and now it will start making more sense because now you know a little bit about hash map, I mean map API also. So can you see this? So see this basic hash bean node used for most entries. And here, like I told you, the initially it is what? It is considered, it is going to be kept as a singly linked list. So coming back to the point, this is the statically nested class. I'm showing you a little bit of internals, not too much, not too much the way that that will confuse you. But what is that individual node implementing? Nothing but map.entry interface. And when we draw that node, are you understanding? We had drawn yesterday the complete hashing based algorithm and the data structure. What all four values? Yesterday I was talking about three. There was a hash value, there was a employee or whatever type of reference, and then there was a pointer to the next node. So here the hash value, which is the result of secondary hash function. Then there is a k type of reference, key type of a reference, value type of reference, and pointer to the next node. Are you getting this? Yes, exactly. So only thing is the hash set internally maintains hash map. And when you say hash set, the key of the hash map is nothing but the reference type of a hash set. So that is little harder to understand. So I'll say leave it at this beginner phase, but at least you can understand this much, that a hash, a node consists of all these. And if you see, it has got its own hash code function, which is based upon keys hash code and values hash code. Don't let it confuse you. This is not what I'm talking about. And you remember I told you, first hash code function is what you supply, keys hash code, and the second hash function is this one. Okay, so the point I just wanted to mention as a point of revision is, when you talk about any hashing based or hash map or linked hash map, what it will consist of, it will consist of pair of references, it will consist of entries, now which is nothing but a key and a value pair. So go to the next level. What is unique in that? Distinct keys or distinct values? Very easy question. The map has to have the distinct keys. And you know that if I use put method with a existing key, what will happen? Earlier value will be retained or replaced. Answer is earlier value will be replaced. But if I use put if absent, earlier value will be retained or replaced. Retain or replace, T or P. I mean retain this. Okay, retain. You know that. And what does a put or put if absent method return? It returns always the existing or older value reference. So let me ask you, if this is a new entry, your new entry means new key, the key doesn't exist, what will put as well as put if absent method return? Null or not null? Answer is null. And what will it return otherwise? It will return you existing, or you can say old value reference. So it becomes so easy to identify that. So coming back to this, so you have seen put method, you have seen put if absent method, and as I told you, put if absent is a combination of two APIs. Which two methods it calls internally? You can see the documentation and you can confirm. What it does is, it first calls contains key. If the contains key method, contains key, okay, let me ask you. Contains key internally calls what? I said the contains key method will call certain methods internally. No, no, no. Pallav, we are in hashing. So compare to and all will be there when I take you to the tree maps. So forget compare to. Exactly. So it will call the contains key internally calls the keys hash code. From hash code, it will figure out the, what is it called? Bucket ID. Then it will check bucket is empty or non-empty. And if the bucket is empty, contains key will return false because there is nothing. But if the bucket is non-empty, that means it will have certain nodes in those linked lists, and then it will start calling equals. And anytime equals method returns true, entry is found, and then in that case, contains method will return true. So don't worry, I will just show you with the picture and we'll revise it. But that is what happens internally. So contains key internally is based upon keys. Which two methods? Hash code and equals, right? So this is the thing. So if the contains key method returns you, okay, so what is it combination of? I was asking you. So it is a combination of contains key and put. So if the contains key method returns false, so if the contains key method returns false, then it will add the entry. But if the contains key method returns true, that means the earlier entry exists. So then it will not replace the entry. So that is your put if absent. Next one, put all. So what is put all going to do? Instead of talking about it, explain me with the example. Map1 dot put all. A second. So if I say, what are the argument types? So anyone wants to tell me what are, I mean, when I ask you the question, tell me what all you can add here. The question is list, set, or any map. Everyone knows the answer. Exactly. Any map or its subtypes, right? So any, I'll say this, any map. When I say any map, you already know what are the three implementation classes. Hash map, it could be a linked hash map, or it could be a tree map, it could be a hash table, it could be any implementation class. And but there is a generics involved. So what does that method sees? Okay, let me just open so that I don't have to like write anything. Wait a second. It is same question mark extends K, question mark extends V. So where are we? Okay, next page. So let us, you can also search for, please search for map.putall. Okay, so you can use map.putall, and as you can see, so you can check this. So what it will do is, it is going to copy, everyone knows, it is copy of references. So, uh, the entries will be copied from the source map to the destination map. Everyone knows PEX now. So the moment it is acting as a source, it is extends. So question mark extends K. What does it mean? What does this expand to? K or its super type, or K or its subtypes. You know, it's upper bound, K or its subtypes. And this is V or its subtypes. This is what I wanted to show you. So any map with K, with the key type, with K or its, with key as, I'll say properly, K or its subtype, and value as V or its subtype. Yesterday I spent a lot of time in my lab, and I'm sure other lab faculties also must have done the same. So here, when you have, if you have the map as employees, you want to create, you have this map one. The type of the map one is, let's say, let's have the clear-cut question. Map one type is, let's say, a hash map. I don't really care, any map would do. And suppose it has the, you know, the key type is integer and value type is employee. So can you start telling me this hash map or this map one can be populated by put all with which types of keys, guys? The key type can be integer or its subtype. But generally, we don't go for the subtypes of integers. So you can say integer. And what can be the value type? You know the usual thing. Employee, worker, permanent worker, or employee, manager, sales manager, etc. So this gives a huge flexibility again for populating the map. So that was just a touch base upon earlier things. In addition to that, which all methods you have seen, contains key I have already explained. There is a most, I mean, not most or something, but there is a get method. Anyone wants to tell me, when you talk about get method, what is the argument? What goes in and what comes out? Contains value is of a lesser this. Yeah, it is not index based. Come on, it is key based. So here you have to supply the key, and what it returns is the value or null. If there is no existing key, if there is no matching key, it is going to, what is it called? It is going to return null. So all these methods, put method, put if absent method, where is that contains key? Yeah, contains key, get method, run in constant time performance. Okay. Next one, remove. I did not get time to do that. We'll continue with that today. So there is a remove method. Remove is also key based method. So what this remove method does, tries to remove the whole entry. The whole entry means key and a value pair. It can, again, what it returns is the same. It returns you the removed value reference, or it will remove the it will return null if the corresponding key is not found. So I hope you are clear that whenever you want to operate with maps, it is all key based. Okay, so unless until you have key, if you have lost the key to the values, then there can be a problem. Of course, when there is a problem, there is a solution. The point is, this is what you know as a basic grid operation. But somebody was saying there's a contains value also. So if I say contains value, tell me, will it run in constant time performance, O1 factor or ON factor? Answer is ON factor. That is why I'm suggesting, as much as possible, you'll hardly see anyone using contains value. And internally, anyone can guess, we have spent so much time on collection framework. I think we started it right from the Monday or something. I don't even remember. So anyway, so the point is, here, ON, when you say, what it will call internally, Will it call something on the key type or will it call something on the value type, K or V? Answer is value type. So starts linear search, linear searching. And what it will call internally is it will go bin by bin. Bin means bucket by bucket. Bucket, it will refer to the first node and then it will start searching. So based on equals method. Just a second. So it will be based upon equals method of value type. And since here you are not enjoying, you are not benefiting from any map-based structure or hashing and all, that is why I said, if you need it, of course, there is a method, but we hardly use it. So these were the basic methods. Then tell me, are there any limitations of map or is it all good points? Of course, there are limitations of the map. So tell me, can you directly iterate over the map? Answer is cannot. Cannot iterate over the map directly. Why it is so? Anyone? How do you iterate over the map? Iterator or for loop or for each loop or list iterator. Everyone knows all four. None of them are applicable because map does not extend from collection. Or rather, you can say more precisely, map is not iterable at all. So iterator is gone, for each is gone. Map is not an index-based collection, so for loop is gone. And what else I said? Yeah, list iterator. List iterator is list only iterator, list specific iterator. So how can you attach it to the map? Okay, so you can't iterate over the map directly. And now the next thing, it is always better to think in example. So tell me frankly, I'm just, derailing this thing slightly. At least everyone must have gone through the yesterday's, that library of books kind of assignment. Simple part of it. So if I give you the requirement as, if I give you the question as, remove the books by a specific author. When you have the requirement in front of you, your thinking becomes clearer and then you don't think it is theoretical and all just conceptual. So you have a library of books. We are maintaining in particular book. In any book you have an author, book has an author. Later we will have proper author class and we will have an explicit association between them. Yesterday I had just said, give me author name. Okay, so fine. So I want, suppose a particular author's book are not picked up by anyone. So I want to remove all the books by a specific author. So tell me, can you solve this using map APIs? Answer the question. It's a Boolean question. Yes or no? Answer is no. Somebody said yes. Okay, the answer is yes after you learn Java APIs and all that. But till then, the answer is no. Why? Ask yourself, what does it involve? You will say it involves removal. Agreed. But first it involves, okay, removal, searching, whatever. So that's not the point. Is it a key-based searching or is it a value-based searching? So key-based or value-based? Tell me, what is the key to your book-based data structure? It's a book ISBN, book title, whatever you have added. Okay, so title. So this is a key-based or value-based? Answer is value-based. And the limitation of the map is, this is what I was going to say, but without example sounds, unclear. So here, cannot search, cannot search or sort, I'll start with sorting, or remove using which based criteria? Key based criteria, everything is possible using value based criteria, right? Okay, so this is it. Now, so once I say this, is there a solution? Solution, there are two solutions. I mean, okay, let's forget the other solution. First solution is what? You tell me. This is a disadvantage. This is a limitation of the map. And what is the solution? Convert the map into the collection view. So answer is convert the convert map into It is called as collection view. You are going to learn database. So that time you will see there can be there are tables. Database, RDBMS, relational database is divided into tables, but each table may have so many columns, so many rows. So there is a concept of a view, so which can give you the user specified or user defined view. So like how we have database table view, here it is map converted into collection view. So can anyone answer? Or okay, this is not a memory test. I will tell you the method name and you just tell me what it returns. One is values and the other one is entry set. Or three methods. So you'll see there are three methods in your map API, map interface: key set, values, and entry set. Anyone wants to tell me? It is just a map.keyset, map.values, map.entry set. What does the first one return? Yes, please. What does the first one return? The first one return set of keys. Why it is set and not a collection? Simple. Set allows distinct values only and keys are distinct. As simple as that. So what it will do? Wait a second. So what it will do is, it will iterate over the entire map consisting of those buckets. It will extract the keys and return it into the set or put it in the set. And there's a very important statement in the Java docs they have written. Listen to the statement and you read it today. Map is directly backed up by the set and set is backed up by the map. What do they mean by that? They are working on the same copies. Means what? If you add or if you remove, listen to this carefully because I'm not going to show it with example. No time, that's why. So here, if you remove any key from this extracted set, it will remove the corresponding entry in the map. It will automatically reflect. And if you remove some entry, map.remove, then it will be automatically gone from the set. So there is a very important statement in the Java docs. This set is backed up by the map and vice versa. Okay, so that is what they mean. You can always try such things in the lab. Next one. When you say values, what does it return? Key, value, both or neither? You know the answer. What does this return? This returns you, yes please, collection of values. Why it is a collection and not a set? Values can be duplicated. That is the reason. And sometimes you may want to extract both in a single go, in a single pass. I want to extract key and a value. So tell me, what is the data structure which represents key and a value? Map.entry. So this returns you, since entries are unique, uniquely identified by the key. So it is nothing but set of map.entry. And map.entry itself, is it a generic interface or a non-generic interface? It's a generic interface. So this is it. So you can solve any problem. Either half of the problems will be solved directly sitting in the map if it is a key-based requirement. And anytime you are stuck because of the limitation of the map, you can easily convert the map into collection view. Convert a map into the collection side. There is a one half map, other half collection, and you can work with that. So this particular assignment, how will you solve it? You will have to convert it. So here, what you will be taking, since I started the topic, might as well finish. So how will you do this? Suppose you have taken the author name from user. So how to do that? Can I attach an iterator to the map? I can't. But I will extract. So for solving this, which is the method you'll use? Key set, values, or entry set? Tell me that. Of course, values. But if you use a for each, can you remove the what? The references during iteration? You cannot. I said you cannot iterate it. Sorry. You cannot remove while iteration. Which is the exception you will get, guys? You know the answer. If you try that, concurrent modification exception. So for each is good for iteration. So here you will have to attach an explicit iterator. So that is why I started writing iterator. Your assignment. So what was it? string comma book. So it will be iterator of the type book. So let's say book iterator. Right hand side, please. You have to attach the iterator to the collection. Give me the right hand side. So suppose it was library. I mean, library is the name of the variable. Library is the name of the map. Library dot values. Sorry. And then you can say Kunal, please mute yourself. Library.values.iterator. Am I right? If I make a mistake, please tell me. And then you know the whole thing while book iterator.
छोटो ग्लूकोज किती आहे ग्लूकोज हा 43 आहे का चालतं ना ग्लूकोज आहे ना आता ग्लूकोज आहे चालतं का
I'll peacefully write, ignoring what is going on. So here, book iterator dot next. And then you know, I could have written it in one line. B dot get author, something like, you know, I think people know what I'm trying to say. Equals whatever author. And is it this? Then I can say, what is the next line to say is remove. So book iterator dot remove. This part you knew. All the only thing I'm telling you new is the conversion from map to the collection view. Are we completely clear?
एरर झालं का किती जाते 30 रुपये
Are you clear or not? Is whatever is written is completely clear? I hope so. So these are the different, you know, ways of handling or working with the maps. So let us spend some time in quickly revising because, you know, again, today, time-bound things. So hashing algorithm in the hash map. If you check your yesterday's help, I had shared that. Wait a second. D13 help, diagrams, hash map internals. So it is exactly the hashing algorithm is the same. Only thing is whatever was getting called on in the hash set on the reference type, the whole thing will get called on the key type in the map. Okay, so I'm not going to draw it again because again it is too much time consuming, and forget time consuming. It is the same. That's the thing. So start participating and we'll finish it fast. So what you are looking at is hash map internals. So imagine you have got a hash map where you need to store the bank account details. So I is nothing but integer, bank account number is this, and A is the reference of your account type, or it is a bank account type. So when you say, when you use the default constructor, everyone knows three factors: size, capacity, and the load factor. So what is the size here? Start participating fast. Size is 0. Initial default capacity is 16. So this will be a bucket of 16. I mean, table of 16 rather. Bucket of 16 is wrong. I meant array or table of 16. And something else. Yeah, load factor default is 0.75. Are there any constructors which can modify all of it? Answer is yes. So currently, let's stick to classroom example. Now, solve only one thing at a time. So when you write, okay, sorry, I forgot. So what happens is, when you write this line, what gets created in the memory? Nothing other than this table, nothing other than this array. What will be the length or the size of the array? 16. Indices running from 0 to 15. And individual, it is what? Array of primitive types or array of references? Everyone knows. It's an array of references. So initialized all to nulls. You got that? Next one. So this individual slot is called as bucket or bin, initialized to null value. But later, what is it going to store? It is going to store the reference of the first node. So what is the type of the node? I just now, I mean 10-15 minutes ago, I showed you. You remember there is a statically nested nested class, privately nested class I meant, and that node class is implementing map.entry. Okay, so it maintains map.entry means what? Key and a value reference type. It also maintains the pointer to the next node, and it also stores the hash value computed as a result of your primary hash code function, keys hash code function, and applied via, passed via secondary hash function. Okay, so this is what it is, and it will get converted into singly linked list of the nodes. Okay, so this is what is the understanding. Currently, don't worry, everything is filled with nulls. Can everyone understand this basic startup condition? Is everyone clear? I hope you have revised sufficiently. I got it revised, but I hope you in other labs also you have done the revision. Coming back to the point. Now, don't worry about put versus put if absent, you know. So I'll not waste your time saying all the things again. So if I say HM is the hash map, dot put K1 comma V1, then JVM starts executing the hashing algorithm. Are you getting this? So here. So what will JVM call? Will it call the hash code function on value or key? Answer is values are not even considered. So it will call K1 dot hash code. So this hash code function, if the type of the key is integer, has integer class, a wrapper class, Java built-in class, has it followed the contract between equals and hash code? 100% yes. So you don't have a single headache. You don't have to worry about it. And what is that so-called contract? Everyone knows. In the middle of night kind of a thing, it should know. You should know. What is it? Equal objects must produce the same hash code, compulsory. And unequal objects, it is much better for the performance to produce the unequal hash code. That's the contract part. So whose method will be called in this case? Integers hash code method. But does JVM trust you entirely? Absolutely not. You can write a custom key class and you can kill the performance. So then it also passes through internal hash function, which is simplification. You saw that it's a bit manipulation. So it is, what is the job of that internal hash function? To ensure that whatever is the hash code value, it will result into hashing is what? Bringing the large object, the algorithm or the function, which brings the large data to a standard fixed data size. So it is kind of modulo capacity. And what it will return is the bucket ID. Everyone knows that it is one and the same. Very, very tiny changes here. So JVM derives the bucket ID, or you can say bin ID, by using hashing functionality or by using keys hash code and some internal hashing. Are we all clear so far? I hope you are clear. If not, like I said, ask question. After that, JVM has to check. What it has to check? It has to check if the bucket is empty or non-empty. So it is the first entry we are inserting. So which will this is where I am. So tell me, which branch we will be in, the empty or non-empty, null or not null? Of course, empty branch. So here it will simply, okay, does it have to call any additional method such as equals to check whether the earlier entry exists? Of course not. The whole bin is empty. Bucket is empty. So directly inserts the entry, and that entry is nothing but the, currently it is just a node. So here, this slot, suppose it is 0, 1, 2, whatever. I'm just taking something. So suppose the bucket ID derived was 2. Then what it will store is, what it will do is, it will create a node anywhere else on the heap, and its reference is stored in the slot. So now this is a not null. And what all it stores? It stores the key and a value pair represented by map.entry. Just I showed you the internals earlier. It will keep the hash value and pointer to the next node. There's nothing like next node. So pointer to the next node will be null. I hope everyone is clear. And in such case, is it a new entry insertion or is it a replacement? It's an insertion of a new entry. So what will put method return? Put method returns null. So this is the only difference. What is the difference I'm talking about? Add method yesterday means hash set, was returning true. Are you understanding? And add was, there was nothing like replace and all that. So add method simply returned true if the reference could be added. Put method, in case of a new entry, returns me null. So one branch over. Okay. Now, next go to hm.put. Suppose, okay, is everyone clear? It's the same algorithm. I'm just doing a back-to-back second revision or third revision, whatever. So now, if I try to insert the second entry, now you drive it. What is the first thing? Our cursor is here. I mean, execution control is here. You start telling me. So let me look at your answers. Yes, please. Okay, just a second. Wait, I lost that. Yeah. So what is the first thing your JVM will call? K2.hash code. From that, it will derive the bucket ID. So there are two possibilities. One possibility is if you have written, I mean, it is integer class, so integer class writes it proper. But suppose for the sake of argument, suppose again the bucket ID derived is 2. Tell me, then is it an empty bin, empty bucket or a non-empty bucket? You know that it is a non-empty bucket, not null. And this condition is called as hash collision. You are coming to the bucket having the same hash value, colliding with earlier hash. So now, can JVM either directly insert the entry or not replace the entry? Answer is no. So this case, it has to call the equals method. So what is which? I'm just discussing it. So what it has to call? Equals on the key or equals on the value? Of course, equals on the key. So let us be specific. So either you can say k1 dot equals k2 or k2 dot equals k1. It's symmetric. Okay. So it calls equals. If equals method returns true, what is the meaning? It is the duplicate entry. So the same key already exists in the same bucket. That is, duplicate is detected. What was happening in hash set? Add method was returning false, story over. But here, it is a put method. So what it is going to do? Is it going to reject the value or is it going to replace the value? Replace the value. So replaces the old value by the new value, returns the old value reference, and that old value reference will be what? The not null value. So for example, suppose it is, I mean, K1 V1 got replaced by K1 V2, for example, then it will return V1. So don't go by K1 and V1, just understand the point. If you come to the bin and you have the same key, what does a put method do? You know the answer. It replaces the old value by the new value. So K1 and K2 are same because equals return true. So V1 will be replaced by V2, returning you V1. Are we completely clear? Next possibility. Suppose here K1 dot equals K2 returned you false. So what does it mean? Duplicate entry or a new entry? Answer is new entry. Everyone knows that. So here new entry gets inserted. So what will be happening? Another node will be created here. Anywhere in the memory. There's no contiguous memory and all that. And what will be the in the slots of it? 4 slots: K2, V2, hash value, and null. Are you getting me? It is actually hash K2, V2, null. And disconnected. Wait a second. Okay, sorry, I don't know. So here K2, V2, hash and null, and this null will be replaced by the pointer to the next node. It is nothing but a singly linked list. Okay, so that is what is the picture. Everyone is clear. So what could be the either way? Either it replaces the old entry by the new entry in case of a same key, or it will simply create another node and make the pointer, I mean the earlier node pointer or the next pointer will be pointing to the next node. And the same thing continues. But which is the ideal condition? Ideal condition is which one? Hash collision or no hash collision? Which is the ideal scenario? Of course, no hash collision. So can you tell me, yesterday I asked these questions and I got it done, but there were just 100 of you in my lab. So coming back, tell me now, which are the 3 levels in which the improvisation to the hashing algorithm can be made? There are exactly 3 ways. Now you don't require my picture. So can anyone answer? I said there are 3 different ways by which you can improve the hashing performance. Let me put it so you can answer that. So improvement. Improvement means what? Guaranteeing that constant time performance. So improvement, you keep your answer ready or you can start typing the answer. Improvements to ensure constant time performance. Anyone wants to answer that? Nobody's answering. So the first level is, see, currently I'm talking about integer as a key, but in case of a custom key-based maps, you still have to implement your hash code and equals. I'll talk about that example elsewhere. So here, first is keys hash code function. Who is going to write it? If you don't use integer class or string class or Java built-in classes, you will have to do that. So keys hash code function, let it follow both branches of the contract. I'll not repeat the contract, you know, equal objects, same hash code, unequal objects, distinct hash code. That's a first level improvisation. Anything else we have, or is that it? Yes, exactly. So this is load factor. So before the load factor, okay, fine, load factor, you said load factor. So what happens is, suppose whatever is the load factor is the factor which governs, I mean, when the rehashing should take place. So now you know the answer. So when the size of the map, yesterday I was talking about the set, I'm talking about the map here. When the size of the map exceeds, what does it exceed? The size of the map means, let us, just a second, number of entries. Everyone knows what an entry is. It is not the size of an individual linked list. Okay, so total number of entries is exceeding the capacity into load factor. What happens is, this is a trigger for rehashing. And you know what happens in the rehashing? What is changed? What is doubled? Capacity is doubled, or your this thing is doubled. Capacity approximately is doubled, and then the entire JVM will take all the earlier entries, will again compute or will again apply the hashing algorithm. So keys hash code, keys equals, everything will be used again. Sorry. So that will be called again, and then the same number of entries, earlier number of entries, now will be having a wider or better distribution, leading to lesser collisions. So this rehashing is one of the improvement factor. But if you have read my readmes, or if you just Google latest additions or latest improvements in Java 8, Java 11, like I said, I've not really read. So I know till Java 8, what are the improvements? So that is a threshold factor. So there is something called as a threshold capacity. You can look into your internals, and this threshold capacity, if it increases, it is something like 8. So threshold capacity by I said it's like a clockwork. I get the glitch. Today I did not get the glitch. Today the whole connection, I mean, I got a power glitch and the whole connection went off. Anyway, so here, see this. What is the third factor? Am I audible, guys? I hope I'm audible and this is visible. Okay, so if the size of any linked list, I'm talking about the individual linked list size. If the size of the linked list grows beyond the threshold capacity, What happens? Anyone wants to tell me? This linked list gets converted into another data structure, which it gets converted into a balanced tree. So this is modified because then it offers a better performance than linear searching in that singly linked list. So this gets converted into balanced tree, and then it still guarantees. This is Java 8 onwards. Like I said, I have yet to upgrade myself to see if there are any modifications. You can look up in Java 11, Java 15, those are the milestone versions. So maybe it has further improved. But these are the well-known, well-tested 3 improvement factors. So this is what I wanted to say as a revision on yesterday's things. So now let me finish these 3 and take you to Java 8 new features right away. So here, you should be very, thorough. Those who have not finished yesterday's things, today compulsorily, everyone has to first priority. I'm going to change the sequence, is completing map-based assignment. And of course, I'm showing you something here. You will be doing similar things in your scenario, that book scenario. So let me just open. Wait a second. What I'm doing is I'm copying yesterday's project A13.3 into A14.1 so that I don't have to waste time writing the same. We will discuss things as usual and we'll write. So everyone knows that. I'll open so that if you have not got any time in looking at it, you should know what is it we're talking about. Here. This is your account map. I'm not going to say everything, but I'll just pick up few important lines. What is happening in line number 21? So if you have forgotten this, you can just control click on it. And here, is it always required that whenever you are creating a map, you have to load it from the array list? What's the answer? True or false? Yes or no? Of course not. I just did it as a shortcut, guys, because I already had the data in array list and it becomes so painful to type out hard code the details. So I just I just use that as a trick. But if you don't have the data, for example, your book data, I had given you as a fresh assignment. So directly start populating in the map. Okay, so don't do wrong things or don't misinterpret things. Okay, so here I had the array list full of bank account details, which is why I continued. So otherwise, what will you do? What you must have done in your assignment? Taken an empty hash map. And which is the method to add the entries in the map? You can choose hm.put because it is your own data. So you can decide, replace, retain, whatever, and do that and call the API. In short, let us not waste time. So can you tell me, what is this account map? Is it a empty map or is it a populated map? Of course, it is a pre-populated map and populated from the data which I took it. Data means references. Took it from the array list. Okay. So all these were the options. So I had given you something different slightly to update the quantity, but look at this. So here I'm taking the account number from user. This can be written in multiple ways. I could have directly done it with the putif upside, but here I just checked for account number. If it is a duplicate account, throwing the exception. Coming down, the control comes down below if and only if the bank account number is not duplicated, creating the entry and adding it in the map. Here, displaying the entries. If you do SOP, you must have observed all the entries are placed, displayed in the same line, packed together like your JSON within a curly braces. So we don't want this. So this is only for debugging. You can't use this actually for generating the report, right? So what is it you have to do? Now you want to attach the iterator, but map is not iterable. So what is the solution? Convert the map to the collection view. And what is it I wanted to extract was the bank account details. So this is where the conversion took place. Conversion means copy of references. And then we could, once you come to the collection, there was nothing like removal, closing and all. So this was fine. The fetching summary was the easiest because I don't have to. If you open my bank account, we have not overridden equals. We have not overridden your hash code. We have not supplied any extra constructors like it was required in list. I'm comparing list working and a map working, because the only thing it is requiring is the key, and user has given me the primitive type int. Thanks to your Java compiler, auto boxing takes place, and then internally keys hash code, keys equals, everything gets figured out. So this is the easiest of the lot. If the record is found, if the value, what does a get method return? If it is finding the key, returns the value, otherwise null. So do the null checking and proceed. Transfer fund was exactly like get. So we were getting the source, validating whether the source type of reference is existing or not. Then the same thing for destination. And when both are validated, you are doing the funds transfer. So I'll just verbally talk about it because it is too easy. I'll just confirm. If I want to close account, or okay, same time takes talking about it and writing it. So like might as well write it. Just at least, you will have a complete CRUD and sorting and all that. So let's do this. Answer this. So what is the input I'm going to take from user? Enter the account number. Close account. Here I'm not taking any validations and all that. In real world, of course, you'll have some validations, some authentication. Currently, no. Enter account number to close account. Can I use any? Okay, so let me ask you: is this what is the kind of requirement here? It is nothing but remove by key. So will there be a ready-made method in the map? Answer is yes. So there is a ready-made API, and which is that ready-made method? Itself remove by key. In short, in this case, is there any need to convert it to collection view? Absolutely not. Anytime you are doing sorting, searching, removing, whatever, accessing via key-based criteria, you don't need to leave the maps. So coming back to it, it is so easy. So what is I've got? I've got some variable. I'm just checking bank account. So I'm just using, and the method everyone knows. What is my name of the map? Account map dot remove. In goes the key, which is sc.nextend. I hope everyone understands that here the auto boxing is taking place into integer and all the algorithm So here will this work in O1 factor or ON factor? O1 factor. The moment any method is working on the key, take it. It is going to work in constant time performance, because from the key derives the bucket ID, and the whole searching becomes restricted to a single bucket. So this is O1 factor, and then you do the checking, null checking. If bank account equal to null, that means it's not found. So you can throw the suitable exception. Invalid account number. So you can give more messages, cannot close the account and all, retry or something. And here you can give the message that this particular account is closed. And everyone knows when I say key is removed, it's not the key, it's a key and a value pair. So here I can just give the SOP, sorry, closed account, and I can show the details that this is the account which we have closed. Are we 100% clear? This I just completed to give you, the feel of CRUD. Okay. Now let us take you to the next step, which is sorting in maps. So let us look at the first one. Take your time and you can answer me. How? I'm asking you how to do that. What is your guess? So let us discuss it and finish it in next 2 minutes. Let's see whether I'm getting any answers. Need to change it to the collection and all that. Yeah, that is what is the exact discussion. So let me just help you in your thinking process slightly. So what is the first question you have to ask yourself? What is the sorting criteria? I'm literally writing it down like school. What is the sorting criteria? So it is account number, right? So is it a key based or is it a value based? I'm just writing whatever I'm saying. Of course, it is a key based. So guys, the moment you get the answer key based, can you do it with the map API or do you have to convert it to the collection view? Answer is can be done with the map API. So this is how the clear cut thinking should be. Because today, see, all of this week we have been in collection framework, so you will know immediately. But let some 10 days pass and I give you a business problem and you will be like in a confused state that what should I use? That happens. So I'm trying to help you with the thinking pattern. So can be uh, key based it is. So can be done or can 100% can be done using map API. So now let me take you to the next question. Is your hash map a sorted map or not sorted map? Hash map is what? Sorted or not sorted? So tell me the name of the map, which represents a sorted map, which represents the unordered but sorted map. Everyone knows the answer. So now look for a sorted map. And what is that sorted map? A tree map. Okay. And the moment I say map, of course it has to have k comma v. So now let me open. I had already given in that slide maps overview, the entire things, but I would like to show you from the Java docs as always. I am trying to make you as independent as I can so that you don't require anybody's help further. So coming back, take a look at, there are three constructors. Forget the, just a second, a little. Okay, I missed it. Wait a second. Yeah, I just wanted to put it in the same view. So this is not required sorted map, but you can use these three, any of these constructors. So this is your first constructor, this is the second, and this is the third. So can anyone tell me which of these constructors I can use? Which one should I use? You can first one, second one, third one, fourth one is just a variety, so don't worry about that. So let's say which constructor you're saying. I already got the answer. Third one. Actually, first one as well as third one. I mean, first or third is possible because what is it we want? Let us do our little bit of discussion here. So sorted map, tree map. So now, have I asked you for ascending order or descending order? Ascending order. The moment I say ascending order, is it a natural order or a customer order? A custom order, sorry. The natural order. And natural order based constructor is the first and the third one. But the third one is the best. Why? You are absolute, I mean your choice is absolutely correct because I already have the data in the hash map and there is a constructor of the tree map which can copy the references from the hash map to tree map, and during this copy, which classes, which method will get called? Will it call any hashing algorithm such as hash code and equals? Absolutely not. So which classes, which method will get called? Your key classes. Anyone wants to tell me which method will get called? Compare or compare to? I already got the answer. Key classes compare to. And what is the best news? The key classes, which is the okay, natural order, I'll just mention. So we are going to use the map-based constructor, right? And that is your question mark extends key, and that is your question mark extends b. And here, what is it I was going to say is, right, so this map is the hash map, and what we can do is, what it calls or invokes internally, key classes. And which is the key type here? Integer. Is integer comparable? Yes. All wrappers are comparable. So key class means, wait a second, integer classes, not equals, what is it? Compare to method. So everything happens automatically with just one liner, confirm. So here, let me add case 6. Just a second. I'll copy this requirement. Where is my... So this is what we want to do, right? So all you have to do is one liner, okay? And I said I want to display the bank account details. I can do it in one line, but first time if you're looking at it, it takes a minute to register. So tree map, sorry, tree map. What it will be? Same type. I'm not going to any subtypes and all that. I'm not going to any super types. I'm maintaining it as a same level. So what is the key? Integer. And what is the value? Bank account. Okay. So here, let's say tree map. I'll have other ones also. So I'll just say this new, check the constructor. I'm just saying control space. We are using the map based constructor so that I don't have to call any put all methods and all, to populate the map. All I can see is account map. So what are the two checks your compiler does internally? First check is, there's no compiler error, so compiler must be checking something. So what is the first check it does? What is the data structure type of account map? What is it? Hash map. And I've already written this. Take a second. So this is the constructor we are trying to use, right? I'll keep the API in front of you. So which is the first check it does? Is hash map a map? 100% yes. And is it, so what is the meaning of question mark extends K? K or subtype, V or subtype, and we are not going to any subtype or super type at all. So this fits the bill. And if you want, you can, not if you want, you'll have to. Can you attach, now I want to display these account details. So for iterating, can I do it sitting in the map or do I have to convert it into the collection view? Everyone knows the answer. I have to convert it to the collection view. So you know the code. So bank account A in a tree map. What is the method to convert it into this? Values method. Those are the map APIs. So of course they are implemented by hash map, linked hash map, and a tree map. And you can just say SOP. And let me give a header here. Accounts sorted as per ascending account number. Okay. So this is the first one. You can check that. I have the populated data. That is why I'm spending the time. Okay, something wrong. I must have done something. Oh yeah, Control Shift O. I got something different by mistake, so I just fixed the imports. So take a look at it. Added null because it was a new entry all the time. Displayed. So are these sorted, ordered, or none of above? These entries, these details, these are unsorted, unordered. So 6, I guess, was the option. I hope 6 was the option. So now you see, let's check 10, 45, 56. Yes, they are completely sorted. Sorted as per the account number. Are we completely clear? Is everyone clear completely? So what is the thinking process? The thinking process is anytime you see the requirement, you have to ask yourself, if you are especially in the maths, is it a key-based requirement or is it a value-based? If it is a key-based, let me talk about sorting. If it is a key-based sorting, 100% tree map is your answer. Because tree map is a sorted map based on the keys criteria. And you can use your natural ordering criteria, custom ordering, that varies. But if the moment it is talking about value-based sorting criteria, can tree map help you? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Answer is no. Tree map cannot help you. And then you have to convert it into the collection view and take it ahead as usual. Once you convert it to collection, from collection you can convert it into array list. And if the moment it comes to list, array list means array list, linked list, vector, any list. You remember you have already learned collections.sort method, which uses natural ordering, custom ordering. So the whole approach can be simpler. So the point is, let's look at it line by line. One by one. So I take it that first one is totally clear. Next one, you will do the thinking and you will come out with the answer. Just read this. I'm taken this purposefully, knowing three different requirements, keeping three different requirements. So start with the questions. Now I'll not write all this. Tell me, is it a key-based sorting or a value-based sorting? K or V? Everyone knows key-based. So do I have to leave the map world and convert it to collection view, or can tree map help me? Tree map can help me. Everyone is understanding? Tree map is the only sorted map. So I can definitely use the tree map. So now the question being asked is, are we using the, what is it called? Natural order? Should we use the natural order or custom order? That's the decision to make. So what is it? Is it a natural order or a custom order? It is a custom order. So now check this. You yourself will know which is the constructor, first one, second one, or the third one to use. Everyone is clear? So second one to use. Now spend a minute on the generic syntax and all that. So here we have a comparator. Comparator is the interface. So when you see comparator, what is it you can pass? Either create a separate class which implements comparator, or inline it as an anonymous inner class. And little later today, I'll show you lambda expression. So I can supply the lambda expression also in its place. Okay, so the point is the class has to implement comparator. Everyone survived so far? Everyone understood so far? Now the question is there any rule on the type of comparator, or are there no rules? Rules or no rules? Answer is very much rules. And what is that rule? Somebody was asking when to use question mark, when to use K's and T's and V's. Good answer here, good example here. So we wanted to, or rather not we wanted to, Javadocs wanted to maintain the relationship between the type of the comparator and type of the key, or type of the value of the map. Everyone knows that. Type of the key. So what is the information they are telling you? That you can create a comparator of any type, generic wildcard, as long as it is K or its super type. Are you understanding it? This is where you actually apply. So here, what is the type of the comparator? In my case, I can create, which is the type of the comparator. What is the type of the key we've got? Integer. Yeah, I mean, Ronak, account number is integer. So either integer or number or object. Everyone understands it? So here, we are not actually adding anything here, but it is just giving you the flexibility of any type. But if you really go ahead and go create a number or an object, then you might have to do the downcasting and all. So typically we keep it at the same level, which is the same level as key integer. So I hope you all the statements are clear. So now the next level. When you create such a tree map using the comparator, will it be a empty map or a populated map? I mean, populated with entries or empty map? Of course, empty map. Chandana, you're wrong. I mean, those who are saying populated is wrong, because you have just passed the comparison criteria. But where is the data? Data means entries are not there. So which is the method to use now to populate the map, guys? Which is the method to use? How do I populate the entries in the map? I already have, exactly. I have already got the hash map full of data, full of entries. So is there any bulk put operation? Of course, yes, put all. And that is what we'll be using. Okay, so be careful, because people give you this is the code and what will be the output. And typical thing is you think that it is a populated map and you come out with the wrong answer. So coming back to the point. So let's finish this also in the next minute. I'll just add the options. So 6 was sort as per ascending account number. 7 is now. In the database, we have order by clause. So there is order by ascending, order by descending. Similar thing I'm showing you in the front end. Front end means Java front end, not the React front end. So 7 is fine. And the next one also I'll keep it ready. Sort as per something else, whatever I was any value-based criteria it was, creation date. This is not yet done. We have not even discussed. So as per, I am not writing this. Focus on one thing at a time. So, so case 7. Sorry. And here, okay, so display bank account sorted as per the descending order. Is there a question coming up here? Wait, yeah, right. So tree map, this is not to be used. So what is the constructor we are using here? Any comparator, that is any class which has a comparator. Any is implemented this, but you cannot have any arbitrary type comparator. There is a rule on the type of the comparator. There is a restriction, and that restriction is any type. This was unbounded type, but now it is restricted by the lower bound. Question mark super K. It's not T or something. So this is what you have to supply. So can we write it using anonymous inner class and finish it in one line? Definitely yes. Because this is the last time I'll be writing anonymous inner class. Why? Because soon we are entering lambda expressions. So then who needs anonymous inner classes? We don't. So integer, bank account, let's say tree map to. Actually, I can use the same word. Anyway, tree map to equal to new. See this? By now, I hope you are comfortable in anonymous inner syntax comparator. So can you see this? This is your entire, this is your one single statement. And within this, you are going to embed the anonymous inner class functionality. So start new comparator. The moment you say new comparator, it is asking you, do you want anonymous inner type? Of course, yes. What will be this T replaced by? Anyone wants to tell me? T will be replaced by what? It is question mark super K. K or its super type. I'm not going all the way to number or object. So it is going to be integer. And here, which is the method to override? If it is comparator, is it compare or is it compare to? Answer that. Which is the method you have to override? Of course, compare method. So you know all of it. So many times you have done that. So I'm just using direct ones. So compare method. Forget others because those are default static methods. Anyway, so this is it. And now you know it's a one-liner. So what is that one-liner? Here, there is no casting also required, type casting also required because it is already giving me integer. Key is integer. So all you do the reverse order. So what is it? O2 dot, I want a descending order, right? So O2 dot compare to O1. And I guess that's it. Yeah. So I just formatted it. You take your time looking at it. But if you display this map, sorry. If you display this map, it is all an empty map because all you have supplied is the sorting criteria, tree map 2, I guess, right? So you will of course see it as an empty map. How does an empty map look like? Nothing but this. And then you add all the entries. So how do you add all the entries? One of the things somebody said put, of course I can, but then I have to do the loop and all that. And again, attach a iterator and all that becomes too much. And when you have a bulk insertion, put all, why waste time? So here I'm taking the entries. Check this. So what is happening? I hope people are clear. This is your custom ordering comparator. This is the complete definition of the anonymous inner class. What's the meaning of new comparator? Instance of the class that implements comparator. And the comparator type has to be either integer or above. So I have restricted to integer type only, because then I don't have to do any downcasting here while writing. And when you see such a map, all you have supplied is the sorting criteria. So of course you are going to see the empty output. So in which line, give me the line number, where some comparison, some sorting will take place. Answer is line number 99. So answer the last question before we, and of course I'll attach it later and I'll show you. So anyone wants to tell me, in this case, JVM will internally invoke which classes, which method, please? Give me your answer. In the meantime, I'll just write this. You understand what my question is? I said internally, you have to understand internals when we spend so much time. So let me see what people are saying. Yes. Which classes, which method? Integer classes compared to? No, 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 no. Wrong. Okay. Here is your answer. This anonymous inner classes compare method. Since you did not give me a correct answer, I have to write it in compare. And what was that? Descending account number. So here at the time of adding, where is my add all? Okay, put all, I mean. So this put all, at this point, what it will do, it will take entry by entry. It will call the key-based comparator, which is our anonymous inner class. The name is outer $1, whatever the outer class name $1, because it's the first of its kind. And this anonymous inner classes compare method. You remember we were talking about collections.sort. One was with comparator, one was without. So what was getting called with that with one? List to be sorted and the comparator instance you are passing. Sorting idea is the same. So there it was calling comparators, compare method. Here anonymous inner classes, compare function will be called. If you're still unclear, just check. Just check means let me use this. Have I done it correctly? Tree map to our values. Confirm. So if you say keys compared to, that was your ascending order, that was your natural order. This we have, what do you say, overridden it. This we have changed it to custom order. So first is, this is your unsorted, unordered output hash map. Okay, next one. What is it I wanted? 7, I guess. So check this. Does this answer your questions? If you just add a criteria comparator, of course, you will end up seeing the empty map because there's no data in it. There are no entries in it. Does this confirm our answer? When you use the tree map based comparator and when you say put all, which classes, which method is getting called? The anonymous inner classes or that comparators compare function is getting called. And most importantly, what was it? Date wise, I guess. Let's see that. So 2011 looks fine. So all this, there was multiple this and 12.3. So in short, you can play with the data, you can change the data, make it distinct dates and all, and you can confirm. So tell me, are we clear or are we lost? So I'll keep this code in front of you. Take your minute and tell me, clear or not clear. Of course, you will continue with that book library based thing, and I'll ask you to add some more things, some sorting, some additional searching, whatever. We'll expand on that today. After completing the basics. CRUD operation was done yesterday. So something more I'll give you in relation to sorting. Now let us take up the last one and enter some new features in Java 8, functional programming and all those things later. So discuss with me. So this was a key-based, right? Key-based sorting using custom ordering. Okay, so now you think about it and I'll start asking you questions. So which is this requirement? Everyone understands it's a sorting requirement. So what is the first question you have to ask yourself? Tell me the question you will ask yourself. I'm telling you, this all sounds easy today because we are in the map and you know what is going on. Imagine after 10 days, you have learned so many other things and suddenly we throw a question at you, lab exam. So for example, so then you get pretty confused. Yes, search based on what? Absolutely correct. So is it a key-based criteria or value-based criteria? Everyone knows. Creation date is not a primary key. Just now you saw there are so many accounts created on the same date. So value-based definitely. Everyone agrees with me? So tell me, can we do this sorting? Can we use tree map? Can tree map be used? I mean, any map, forget tree map. Can tree map be used? Of course, no. The tree map or any sorted map can be used if and only if it is a key-based sorting. You got this? So what is the only solution? You know the limitation, you know the solution. What is the solution, guys? convert it into collection view. And once I take it to the collection view, then we are in the familiar territory. As in, we can do anything and everything what we want. So let me identify the steps here. So when we start writing, you won't be confused. So what is the data structure? Where is my data? Where are my entries into hash map? So tell me, which is the method I'll have to use first? Is it key set? Is it entry set? Or is it values? What should I use? What is it I require? Okay, somebody said entry set. Entry set is not required. What is it? Read the problem statement carefully. Bank account details. What is bank account? A value. So which method to use? Values. Go systematically. And when you use values, what will I get? See, it is a hash map of integer, comma, bank account. So what is it I'll get in the on this side is collection dot, sorry, collection dot is wrong, collection of bank account. 100% clear so far? Is the first step clear or not clear? Clear? Okay. So now let me recall, refresh your memory. There are two ways. So I'll take the familiar way. Everyone knows we spent so much time on this. So there are two methods, you know. One is collections.sort, list to be sorted, and the other one is comparator based. So first make the choice. Do we want the natural ordering or the custom ordering? NO or CO? What is it we want? We of course want custom ordering. Why? Of course and all that. See, when I say of course, you don't have to agree with me. If you say the natural ordering, that is here, this is using natural ordering. So which class I'll have to touch? What is the type T here? Bank account. So I'll have to open my bank account. I'll have to make it comparable, override compare to, and do it creation date based. But that's not the norm. Typically, you know, the primary key, I mean, it is typically consistent with equals and all. And the best part is the most important part is I don't want to touch my core classes. The moment I say I want to keep the sorting criteria external, which is the only choice we have, natural ordering or custom ordering, everyone knows the answer. So this is your custom ordered criteria. I'm just taking it here so that whole discussion you can, when you go through this thing. So the API to use is collections API. It is, yeah. So what is the collections API? This is the method. Okay. So now tell me, what is the type of the first argument? It is list of type T. But what is it we have got? We have got collection of a bank account. So tell me, is list a collection? Yes. But is collection a list? It is like saying, is fruit a mango? Of course not. So what is it allowed to do? What is it allowed to do? Can a downcasting will work? Will downcasting work here? But if I do the downcasting from collection to list, will it work or will it not work? I got the answer as this. Guys, 100% it won't work. Like we say, try doing, don't go to this complex scenario. Go to fruit and mango or employee and manager and do the downcasting. Subclass is a superclass and something more and something modified. But superclass, parent doesn't get anything from the child. I mean, superclass is not a subclass. So that will be considered as illegal casting. And which is the exception you will get? Everyone knows that. When I say illegal casting, class cast exception. Don't trust a letter of what I'm saying. Try it out in the lab session and then tell me tomorrow. So this wrong path I'm not taking. Generally, I like to show all the wrong things and then take you to the correct one. Today not. So what I'm saying is there is no way you can directly downcast a collection to the list. So anyone wants to tell me the next step? See, I have partially solved it for you. Hash map to collection done. And you give me the in-between step. The moment you give me the list, I have given you the last step also. So what is it? Collections.sort. Give me some list. It could be array list, linked list, vector, whatever you prefer. And here we will have that new comparator, all that anonymous inner class and the whole works. Right? So I mean this part is familiar. Okay. So can anyone tell me how to convert a collection to the list is the question being asked. See, this is manipulation. This is your application programmer level. So this is what you should be strong in core Java. Internals about data structures, you will anyway be strengthening in the other course. Anyway, let me stop speaking. You understood my question? The question being asked is, how to convert collection to the list? This is the question to be asked. Okay, so list dot add all or list of collection type. Abhilash, I'll take the second option. So only thing is I have a slight objection on your list. Take a proper list is an interface. Interfaces cannot be implemented or rather instantiated. I know what your meaning is the array list, linked list, vector. So just guys, we have gone through all of this. Only it is a time to apply. So can you see, he's absolutely right. Abhilash is absolutely right. So array list, and can you see there is a constructor which is based on a collection. So what is it? Here you are going to create a populated array list. You can see the same constructor in linked list as well as vector. Don't go for vector. You can go either for array list or linked list. So array list collection. So once I show you this, what is the answer here? You can use the constructor of the array list or linked list. I'm not talking in vectors because it's a legacy class and all that, and you can do this. So these are the 3 steps which will perform and immediately start with Java new features. This is going to give you, this is more than sufficient coverage of the maps. So you are going to help me since I have already discussed all the things. So let's start. This is the most advanced thing, so I generally take it towards the end. What is that advanced thing I was talking about? Sorting based upon a value-based criteria. And that value-based criteria currently is a date. It can be anything. It can be a compound criteria, multi-field criteria, single field, does not matter. So start step by step. What is the first step? First step is hash map, convert it into collection. What is the method here required? Values. I can combine it into lesser steps, but first you are looking at it maybe for the first time, so I'll write all the steps. Then you can lessen the steps, reduce the steps. So what is on the left hand side? A collection. What is the type of E here? Integer or bank account? I hope everyone answers this correctly. So let's say account collection. It's a reference collection. And which is the method here? Account map dot values. 100% clear so far? Everyone is clear? Nobody. I mean, I don't want 10 of you to understand. Everyone I'm talking to. Okay. So great. Next one. Now, what is the next one? See, I don't have any sort method in the collection interface. So I'm converting it to list. Converting means what? I'm copying those collection of references into a new data structure, which is an array list. So I'll literally write copy collection of references into any list. You know, when I say any list, everyone knows the answer. What I mean is array list, linked list, vector. And how? Using the constructor. Okay. So here is your next step. So array list, which will be the type? Same. I'm not using extends or I mean super or like super type or subtype. I'm not. I want bank accounts only. So let's say list. And you know, so many constructors, you know which one to pick up. The first one is the empty one. Second one is the collection based. And where are my collection of references? Account collection. So if you slightly think about memory pictures, you got a hash map object. Those hash map of references, the value of, references of value type, bad English, references of value types are collected in this collection. So there is another collection object created in the heap. And then there is a third object array list, which is a copy. So copy means what? Copy of references. Bank account objects, there is no object copy. Everything we are copying from map to collection and collection to list. So keep that with you. And once I take it to this familiar one, you know the method collections dot sort. What are the two arguments here? First is list to be sorted. There are no generic rules. I can pass any list. What I mean is on the type T, there are no limitations. If you see the API generic method, type is T is without it, but the comparator has the rule. So what is the rule of the comparator? Same, question mark. Earlier it was map world, so super K, it is super T and comparator. So tell me, what can be the type of the comparator I can use? You know the answer. It can be either a bank account or the object. For obvious reasons, to avoid those downcasting and all, we don't use the object ever. So let me finish it. Collections dot sort. So what is the first? Okay, I'll use the two arguments one. Tell me. This is where things definitely get advanced and a little bit challenging. So what is the first argument? Participate. The list to be sorted. What is the second argument? Instance of the class which has implemented comparator of the type bank account or its super type. So we are sticking to this, and I'm definitely not writing a separate class. So you know this new comparator, anonymous inner type. What will be T replaced by? Respond. T will be what? Bank account, definitely. It's since I said not going to any super type, this will be your bank account. And which is the method we have to override here? Compare or compare to. You know, it starts sounding so crazy sometimes, but it is one and the same if you really recall. So you can definitely add that. And now you have been doing it in the list days. All I did it with a map collection view, and the whole code is same. So I can say for your clarity, in compare, and what was that? Date based, right? And best part is the date class has already implemented your comparable. So it just means what? Taking the two dates, get creation date. I wanted ascending. You anytime you change this, you swap and you get descending order. Compare to the other date. So this part, I hope people are not lost. I'm hoping nothing is like lossy. But in short, these parts are new. But this part we have been doing the entire week, almost the entire week. So are we totally clear? Is it clear? See, more time you spend on it, then you feel that it is one and the same thing. You are hardly doing anything new. You're hardly learning anything new. You just, going by the requirement and doing it accordingly. And I want to display. So is array list. Okay, another thing, last thing. Sort method is the void returning. So whatever list you pass, the same list is shuffled, and the list is shuffled means references are shuffled in a sorted manner. So this method will get called. Is array list iterable? Very much yes. So I can directly attach the for each loop. So for each bank account A in this list, all I will say is so I'll just give a small header here. Title, this bank accounts as per date, sorted as per date. And let me just play with the data where there are multiple, occurrences. So where is that? So just change this, make it change to this because I don't have a multi-field criteria here. Something. So they're different, right? There is nothing. Yeah. So you can see the sorted output. You've seen it, but just wanted to make the changes. So let us go over it once so that we understand it thoroughly and then we run it. So here, since it was a value-based criteria, tree maps cannot help you. The first thing you do is convert it into collection view. And there are three methods of conversion: key set, values, and entry set. Here, values were sufficient. In most of the cases, I'm telling you, values is what you'll require here. But the problem with that is my collections.sort function is a list based and collection is not the list. So what is the 2 minutes lab work? All the labs are going to do is don't do this, comment this, and simply downcast account collection to the list. You will definitely be able to fool the compiler, but at runtime, knowing that list is a collection, but collection is not the list, you'll definitely get a class cast exception. Convince yourself of that. And then the rest of it is same. The list to be sorted, the inner class, anonymous inner class, implementing the comparator and doing the business. So I hope things are still clear. And here, if I say these are the unsorted, unordered details. And what was that last one? I don't remember, 8. So check this. This itself is your proof of concept that things are working as expected. And of course, you look at the output 11, 18, 20, 6, 5. Yeah. So look sorted enough. Of course, don't trust with such a small data. Add a lot of more samples, lot many more entries and confirm this. So this is what I will say. We have got a collection framework overview. I won't say overview, we have got into the depths also, but this is what I like to cover it. And then there are certain things like linked list, for example, and some other things which I want to take that I take along with IO threads or sometimes in advanced Java. So now you can just look back at whatever you have learned from the first day and you can recap it in pieces and all. Focus on list, focus on set, focus on map and get a overall feel. So this is where we are entering new topic, Java new features. And since again there are all these topics are like these are advanced topics, I told you it won't be this. So let me take you from the most important topics to whatever I can cover in the given time. So let's start with the README. I've given refer to this particular README where I'm talking about all of it in a detailed manner. So when I share that help, this a separate README. Read this and I'll explain. It is also tightly not coupled, I should say, but it is very much related with collection framework. So technically, we have not yet left the collection framework. You can't leave the collection framework easily in Java. Even when I take you to databases, even when I talk about Spring Boot, REST, Hibernate and all, finally you will somewhere in the JPA, there is something called as entity classes and all, you'll still have the collection framework there. So it is super important. Coming back, read this please. So I'll start explaining parallelly. What is it Java it has added is a keyword. I mean, okay, majority changes. There are a lot of changes. Majority is it has adopted the functional programming paradigm, but I don't want to take you there. I just want to take you there in steps. So the first thing is there is a default keyword added, explicitly added to the language. But where can you use default keyword? In interfaces, in classes, or in either of it? Answer is only in interfaces. So what does it mean? Till Java 7, you could add in interfaces which type of methods? Which were the two implicit keywords with the method public and abstract. So now it is saying Java onwards. Java 9 has added private method, private keyword and all, but I'm trying to stick to the syllabus now because otherwise it goes out of hand. Coming back to this, Java has allowed you, or Java onwards allows you to add non-abstract concrete method implementations in the interface. And anytime you want to do that, you have to use the default keyword. So this is also known as extension methods. So why default keyword? Because they wanted to maintain the backward compatibility from Java 8 onwards to earlier before Java 8, and they wanted to avoid breaking the code in multiple classes. So this becomes little difficult to understand. So here is the explanation. Here, I give the standard example. If you check, see this, wait a second, I'll show you through the Java docs. Look for iterable. Everyone knows iterable interface, which is the super interface of collection. So tell me quickly, don't disappoint. Which is the method you already know from iterable? Yes, concrete methods also, Pallab. You will see in a minute. Yes, iterator is the method. Absolutely correct. And then iterator returns you the cursor and then has next, next, remove, all those things you know. But if you see, this is Java 11, but anyway, I'll stick to that. So this was the method fine. But now Java 8, guys, the focus being on the functional programming. So functional programming, I'll show you that separately, but functional programming focuses upon what is to be done and leaves the internal details, that looping details or the actual implementation details to the JVM. So I'll try to make it very easy transition. I'll say this. Java 8 founders, Java 8 community guys, community people, they wanted to replace the external for each. See the words I'm using. External for each means where you have to attach a for each. I mean, for each bank account and all that by the implicit for each. Sorry. Implicit is the wrong word. Internal looping. So in short, this is an example of something called as a higher order function. You know your for each, you know your map methods. I'm talking about your JavaScript background. You know filter methods, you know so many. So I'm just showing you the same thing, but in Java today. So coming back to the point, Java 8 people, founders long back, 2014, I guess, whatever, something. So there they wanted to add a new method. So right now, don't worry about what is that functional programming. I'll just focus on the one keyword at a time, one concept at a time. So here I'm saying, since Java 8, what is it they have added? They have modified the iterable interface to add, they wanted to add internal looping. So what is that internal looping? You have explicit iterator, then you have implicit iterator in form of a for each loop. So they wanted to give the alternative to external for each loop. So they wanted to add a new functionality, and that new functionality is nothing but you've seen already. So something. So public void. Let me leave the default keyword out of it. So okay, let us say this void for each, and forget about what is that consumer. We'll talk about it later. Because here that's not the point. So answer my simple questions. If you say suddenly iterable, they wanted to add the iterable interface, they wanted to add the functionality. Are there any implementation classes, existing implementation classes of iterable? It's just a yes or no. Answer is yes, tons of them. Forget, I mean, our own. I mean, see the thing from here. This is your iterable interface. I'll just reduce this slightly. Can you see tons of literally implementation classes? So out of the tons and all, some of the things you know already. So which are the things? I mean, give me some examples, please. What are the implementation classes which are iterable? You know so many. So ArrayList. I mean, I'm not writing in this. Okay, fine. you know linked list, you know vector, you know set implementation classes such as hash set, linked hash set, tree set, right? So all these are implementation classes and many more, thousands, not thousands, okay, hundreds of it more. So if they added, imagine, just understand, focus on your interface understanding. So you have got an interface which is already there, which was already there before Java 8, and they suddenly added a method for each. Then in this, so if you suddenly add a new public abstract functionality, what is it will happen with these implementation classes? Will they work or will they not work? Simple question, simple answer. 100% the code will break. Why the code will break? Because here you are inheriting the what is it called, abstract functionality. So array list, linked list, vector, everyone will have to implement this new functionality, or they will have to turn themselves, they will have to make themselves as the abstract classes, and such a chaos it will create, because we instantiate array list, linked list, right, left, right, center types. In short, can you see the harm? Can you see the damage done? That is why they came out with such a beautiful concept. They said that the whole thing has to be backward compatible. In short, should there be any changes required to be done in these implementation classes? Answer is no. So what is the solution? The solution is, don't keep the functionality abstract. So let me take it slow. Which are the two keywords here which are implicitly added by the compiler? Public as the scope and abstract, public and abstract. Abstract means what? Method declaration, definition, or both? Answer is declaration only. So that is what they thought of, adding a new keyword, introducing a new keyword, and that is your default keyword. So when you say default, wait a second, it's out of place. So when you say default, what does it mean? So this is how you'll see it in the interfaces. So anyone wants to tell me in this, which is the only implicit keyword compiler will add? I said, when you come out with this, which is the only implicit keyword compiler will add, is public. Exactly. So now it is, earlier it was public and abstract. Now, when you say public and default, where do you expect to see? Okay, sorry, let me go slow. Is it an abstract method anymore? Answer is no. So these default methods come out with, I'm going to show you the implementation in a minute. So this will have concrete. Concrete means non-abstract, concrete implementation. Okay, so it is tending towards abstract classes, as you can see, but still, you can still implement multiple interfaces and all that. Coming back to the point, this will have concrete implementation, and only keyword which your compiler will add is public. So isn't this a beautiful solution to the problem otherwise they would have to face? So here, all these classes are affected or unaffected? Of course, unaffected. And here, if you open the Java docs, and you will see now in so many interfaces, I'm showing you Java docs of 11. So you will see there are two default methods they have added. Forget split iterator. Split iterator, well, iterator is not yet required, but you can see for each. And the moment you say default, what does it have? Does it have the default implementation? Default concrete implementation? Answer is yes. And it tells you also, currently don't go to consumer. Let me come to functional programming and I'll explain consumers and all that. Okay. So here, performs the given action for all the elements of iterable. And they have told you what is it doing internally. The default implementation means they have to tell you what that method is doing by default. It is simply nothing but your external for each loop. But the beauty is, do you have to now attach the external for each loop, or can you do the iteration internally? Answer is internal iteration. Okay. So you'll see later, lambda is nothing but a syntactical sugar, which will reduce the coding, which will reduce the, what do you say, verbosity, and too much of a code will be reduced to a one-liner. So all that will come in time. Focus on one thing at a time. So now this is what is the opening statement. Addition of the default keyword makes the API developers' life easier. Without affecting any of the classes, they could add any functionality they wanted. So that's the first point. Let us take it one by one, write the example, understand the feature, and go to the next feature. So here is my one interface. So of course, I'm going to copy and do that. So anyway, you look at it. So I have already given the answers. So can your Java 8 onwards interfaces, can it still contain abstract methods? Of course, yes. So which are the two implicit keywords compiler adds here? Public and abstract. So what is it you are looking at? Is the abstract method declaration. Still possible. People ask you a lot of questions, legal or not legal. So I'm just trying to prepare you there. So here, this is what? Is this an abstract method, whatever I highlighted, or a concrete method, A or C? Everyone can see it is a concrete method. And here, what makes it concrete? This keyword. And now the implementation default definition has to follow. Okay, so let me just pick it up. Let's create a, I don't want to disturb this map-based things. So let me create a new project for showing you this Java new features. Maybe. And let's start with that. So here, let me create a package. I'm going to create packages such as, P1, P2, P3. So it becomes easy for you to revise in the lab session. I just pasted this. So I'll just make it as public. So later I want to access it outside the package, across the package, I can do that. So can you see this? So this is your formula interface, which is containing public abstract methods also, and the default implementation as well. Does it continue to work with the data members, or is there any change in the data member? Answer is no change in the data member. So if you say int data something, what are the implicit keywords it adds here? Everyone knows public static final. So they have not made any changes here, at least in Java 9 or Java till Java 11, public static final. Got this? So this is it. So it has having a abstract method and the concrete method. But still, I mean, in Java 9, Java 8 onwards, can you create the instance of the formula? Can interfaces be instantiated? Rohit, wait for this. I'm going to take that question. Of course, it's a good question, but wait for a while. Diamond problem, they have thought of it. You think Java developers, Java community guys, Java API developers won't think of it? Of course, there's a beautiful solution. Everything is killed at the compiler level, but you'll have to give me 10 minutes for that. Coming back. So can you instantiate the formula? Of course not. It is still interfaces cannot be instantiated. So here, let us write the implementation class. Okay. So start answering questions. When I say implements, I could have generated, I forgot, formula. Of course, you will see the compiler error. So answer quickly. What is it compulsory? How will I remove this error? I'll give you choices. By implementing calculate, implementing square root, both or neither. What is it? What is compulsory for me to do this? Only implement the abstract functionality inherited. So what is compulsory to make it work? Just implement your abstract method. So I'm not wasting time here. I'm going for shortcuts. So here, do this. And here I'm giving a lot of SOPs. So you'll know SOP, implementing abstract method. Okay. And I can return something. This return type or return value doesn't matter. Everyone is clear? So here, if you want to survive, I mean, if you want to make use of it, you will have to make the implementation classes have to implement it. Next question. I'll write a question and the answer itself here. Can implementing class such as my formula override the default implementation? It's a yes or no question. What I'm trying to ask you is, can it override this inherited default implementation? Answer is 100% yes. So that is possible. So here, just take this in another case. So let me give you a couple of classes. So let my formula inherit the default one. Let me say my another formula or something. Just a second. I'm going to show you, but in a different class. So, you can have all the answers. My formula 2 maybe, that's good enough. And here, see this? Suppose it is a cube. And here, hi, the question got this. Can implementation class, you have given me the answer already, override inherited default functionality? Answer is very much yes. And which is the keyword while implementing as well as override? The thing is same. I mean, the annotation is the same at override. So now, if I say override slash implement method, which is the method I'm going to override is square root. So what was the default implementation? It was computing square root of addition of two numbers. I'll say, see, there is something for you here. So let's do that for the diamond problem and all that. Anyway, so let me go step by step. So here, if I say math is your class in java.lang, math.square root, and maybe I'm saying a minus b. See, don't go by the formula actually. I'm trying to show you what works, what doesn't work, what is allowed, what is not allowed, and explaining the concept. So I hope you are clear with the picture. If not, you can always, put it up on a board. So what is the super type here? Formula. What is it containing? It is containing the abstract method just and the concrete method and the default method. Later, I'll show you it can contain now the static methods also. Okay, so this is it. And can the implementation class, there are two implementation classes we wrote. So one was whatever, I mean, my formula. And the other one was my formula 2. Okay. So these were the two implementation classes. And here we just inherit, I'm just putting it in the picture. So here we have both the classes, which is the method they had to implement, the abstract method. And can implementation class inherit the default method and use it as it is? Yes. So this is, you will see from my formula. And can one class override it? Can you override it? So this is exhibited. This is shown from that other class. Okay. So anytime you are revising just before exam or whatever, you should see all the combinations. So answer is very much yes here. And so I'll just add some SOPs. This is my in implementing abstract method in formula 2. Actually I can say, okay, I was going to say get class.getName, my formula 2. And here I'll just say, so that whenever you are running it from the output itself, you should know. And here I'll just add overriding. So all possible things I'm trying to cover. Default functionality. Okay, so let us write a tester and test it in a simplest possible manner. The earlier concepts I'm not taking again, meaning can these implementation classes add additional functionality other than calculate and square root? It's a yes or no question. It's an easy question. I said, can implementation class add the additional functionality? Yes, but that part you already know from your earlier half of interfaces. So let us not waste time today there. So here, I can say, what is it? Upcasting. So formula type of reference, can it refer to my formula? Yes, it's nothing but upcasting, age-old statement. And when I say, what is it I say? Ref dot calculate, And when I say ref dot square root, I'm just saying, not looking at the numbers and all that, just doing something. So let us take a moment to understand. Everyone knows it is upcasting. And JVM goes by what? Type of the reference or type of the object? Type of the object. So what is the type of the object we are having? My formula. So rush to, go to my formula. And here it has got the calculate method. So you should see implementing abstract method in my formula getting called, and a square. Square and all is not important. So I hope you are understanding this. Am I returning it? So I should SOP it. Yeah. So you can SOP it, of course. You can put it in a so just to confirm things. Got this? And here also I'll put it. So later you can change the numbers and you can just see. That's why I put so many printlns. Okay. So now this is I hope understood. And when I say ref dot square root, it is still going to search in my formula, goes by the type of the object, but there is no square root here. So which SQRT method it will use? It will use the default version inherited from the interface. Are we completely clear? It will use the inherited version, correct? Next one. Can I make the, what do you say, the same reference variable, formula type of reference, can it refer to other implementation class? 100% yes. So it is my formula 2. Of course, that earlier object is marked for garbage collection. Everyone knows that. And then I'm going to say the same things. So am I doing it correctly? Yes. So now tell me, when I talk about this calculate method, so everything is resolved by the type of the object. So go to my formula 2, and here you should see this my formula 2's implementation of the abstract method. And then if I ask you the last question, when I say ref dot square root, what is it you expect to see? Do you expect to see overriding default function as in square root of subtraction, or do you expect to see square root of addition, A or S? Of course, the overriding form. You know, JVM goes by the type and it will definitely pick up the overriding form. So in short, A minus B. I hope I'm not given any negative number here. Fine. So confirm, these are the simple cases. And once you understand that, then I can take you. This is a build up in short. Okay, so check. So I've got this. Wait a second. Sorry. Check this. So what is it we were saying is ref dot calculate. So it is implementing abstract method in my formula. Everything is resolved by the type. Then when I say ref dot square root, I'm not given this. No, this one. This one is the square root by kind. So the point is, it is picking up. If you want, give me a second. Interface default method. So, you can understand the output very easily. So one class has not overridden this default method. So it is inheriting that interface default method. The other class is using the default, overriding the default functionality. All of it is legal. So tell me, are we clear so far? So just a 1 minute recap so that I can stop here. So what is it we said? Which is the new word, keyword, additional keyword they have introduced from Java 8? The keyword is default. Where can you use it? In interface, in enum, or in class? Only in the interface. Is it applicable to data member or methods? D or M? Of course, methods. And what does that default method, default keyword means? Are you writing the concrete default implementation or abstract method? It is a concrete implementation. Which is the only keyword compiler will add for such default methods? It is only the scope, which is public. So don't get confused. Default is not the scope. Default is for default implementation. The scope of the interface methods is still, access specifier is still public. Okay. And why it was done? It was done so that anytime you want to add the more and more features to interfaces, by maintaining the backward compatibility and by not, what do you say, making the changes to all those implementation classes, they wanted to go ahead with the same standard implementation. So they thought of default keyword, default implementation. And somebody, Rohit, I guess, somebody asked me, what now happens to the that diamond problem? You remember we talked about diamond problem. In diamond problem, when does the diamond problem or that ambiguity comes in? I'll give you options. Does it will ambiguity hurt you in case of multiple abstract declaration or multiple implementations? No, multiple inheritance, of course, we know. I want a better answer. If you are inheriting I had taken this in interfaces long back. So if you have two interfaces having the duplicate method, it never hurt you. But now today, I am saying that interfaces now can contain the duplicate method, implementation. So we will see after the break, of course, you will see like answering this. This is a very popular question. The moment, listen to this carefully, one implementation classes, one implementation class, sorry, is implementing the duplicate default implementation from two interfaces, compiler itself gives you error. And what will compiler force upon you? Anyone wants to guess? I'll repeat it slowly. Exactly. So here, then that implementation class has to override, has to mandatorily override the functionality. And if you want to refer to, let's say, suppose I've got two interfaces, Formula 1, Formula 2. So how to refer to the Formula 1's inherited functionality? You have seen that Formula 1 dot super. You have to add a keyword Formula 1 dot super dot that method. If I want to refer to the Formula 2's functionality, we'll have to use the word Formula 2 dot super dot method. So all of this and much more in the after the break. So let me just copy the code in case anyone is interested. Are you interested? Interested is not the word. Do you want the code immediately? Then I'll make a zip. If you don't, then I won't. So I'll make it. Yeah. If even if one of you wants it, of course I'll make it. So give me a second. Yeah, but then you'd lose the problem of multiple inheritors, Rohit. Anyway, I'm not taking it. Think about it first. Interfaces, they don't want to change it to classes. Come on. So wait a second. What is it we are into? Day 14.1, 14.2. Temp 14. Okay, have a look at it. And whatever additional questions you have, of course, we will discuss it after the break. Okay, that will be all. So I hope you got it. So what we had discussed so far was default keyword newly added in the language. Yeah, good morning. And then you have also seen the example. So I'll just ask you, when you see this default new keyword, which are the implicit keywords a compiler adds? You know the answer. It is only public. So public in scope, and default means what? Non-abstract. Don't relate default to your package private. It has nothing to do with the scope. And as we saw earlier, you can have, default methods will come with the default implementations. And as I stated, you can write an implementation class which can directly inherit this default implementation, or if you want, the implementation class can override the inherited default functionality and write it further. So this is where we are stopped at. This is what we are stopped at. So now let me show you that ambiguity issue. So let's see, I'll create another project for this, not project, sorry, another package for this, P2. And let me add something. So here, this is my formula interface. Let me add it under as another one, formula 2 maybe. I just made a copy. You can see this. So I don't require all of this. This part we had, whatever we had already tested, I don't want to do that. So answer the question correctly. You saw, everyone saw what is it I did? I just copied formula to formula 2, a copy. So if this duplicate declaration, method declaration, can it cause the ambiguity? It's a yes, no question. This duplicate method declaration can never cause it. We already seen it in the first half of our interfaces a long time back. But here, when you say the default implementation, and if a particular class implements from formula as well as formula 2, of course, there is an ambiguity. So I'm just trying to answer popular question. How has Java 8 onwards taken care of it? So let's say interface default method. What to say? I just want to this method 2 or something. Method, another implementation. Okay. So this is your square root. And let's say A into B. I'm just reading it. So focus on important things. Don't focus on unimportant things here. Wait a second. So I'm going to remove this. I don't even require a tester here. So just focus. Uh, formula is containing data members are irrelevant at this point, but a calculate function and a square root function. It says interface default method. Formula 2 is another interface, and here already you know the answer, and I have got a duplicate method, a default method implementation. So now let us write an implementation class. So let's say my implementation class, and the moment I say implements both the interfaces, formula, one class can interface from multiple interfaces, right? Formula 2, immediately you get a compiler error. So anyone wants to tell me why there is a compiler error? Or okay, forget that, forget why. What should I do to get rid of this compiler error? Do I have to implement calculate? Simple question, simple answer. Of course, I'll have to implement the calculate method. So that's fine. I'm doing one thing at a time. So I'm implementing the calculate method. So like I said, I don't want to really there's nothing like I can say return A or A star A something. Okay, so let me just incalculate. Nothing great about it. But now you see something else. I hope you remember the implementation class can inherit the default implementation. But I hope everyone is understanding. Are you seeing any compiler error or no compiler error? Compiler error still. And just take the cursor there and you'll understand it. It is the whole ambiguity problem. See this, duplicate default methods, name square root, whatever, are inherited from the both the types formula and formula 2. So even when you have default method implementation in interfaces, and when one class is implementing from multiple interfaces, you will never face the ambiguity in the runtime because compiler is throwing you out. So what is the only solution? We already discussed the solution. Compiler, anytime you have this ambiguity, compiler forces, okay, I'll write it, Java compiler forces. What it is forcing? Forces um, forces the programmer to implement or to override default inherited behavior. Without you overriding that, it won't allow you. So it is removing that, problem of ambiguity right at the compilation time. Default this thing in inherited method. So here if I say now, I'll just that. So here I'm saying, oh, my mistake. I'm sorry. So you have formula and formula 2, so it is not showing that. I mean, it is not showing from formula 2, so I'll write that much. So give me a second. I just copied it so that I don't have to write. Must override. There's no default keyword allowed in the classes. That is why it is cribbing. So must override duplicate default method implementation. Okay. So this is the statement I'm making. Why it is cribbing now? Cannot reduce. Okay. You remember I just copied it. But which is the access specifier here? Of course, public. So how can you reduce the visibility? It was telling me that. So this is fine. But I made one more statement. See, when you have got the inherited method, it is not useless. It is having some default implementation. So if you want to refer how to, I'll write it as a question answer right here. How to refer to the super types. Super types means interfaces, method, implementation. That is where that super keyword will come in. Super types method implementation. So here, if you want to refer to formula, you can of course use import static. I'm just not mixing too many things. Formula dot see the automatic intelligence. I mean automatic help. Formula dot super. So where you are going from this implementation class to the super type, and then maybe you want to call this square root function AB. How to refer to other one in case. See, every time you don't require, but if you are given some code and you don't know the syntax, of course you will like reject it. So the other one is formula 2. I mean, if you want the same syntax, super dot square root. So this is calling your inherited default functionality. And here you can always say whatever I mean. Are we clear? Is everyone clear? Somebody was asking, right? Exactly. Are you clear that this never raises the doubt? This never comes. I mean, ambiguity is never propagated, carried forward to your runtime because compiler itself kills it. Compiler Java compiler is stricter, so it doesn't propagate. It doesn't continue till the runtime. And then you can, of course, I'm not wasting time. You can write a small two-liner tester in the lab session and call the square root method on my implementation class. You can refer it as formula reference or formula to reference, does not matter. JVM goes by the type of the object and you will see the whole method getting called. So they have definitely thought, they means Java 8 founders, Java 8 API developers have already thought of it and given you the solution. Next point. What else is added? What are the other new features? This is what I have already specified. So there another one is, tell me, so far, where is the type? In which type? Where you can write static methods, classes or interfaces till Java 7? Where you could write it? Answer is only class. So you remember we have seen so many utility classes. So many means two at least. One is arrays for manipulating arrays, arrays.sort, arrays.binary search, arrays.toString, arrays. Convert it into this collection. It's an as list. So, and you have seen recently the collections class. But now Java 8 onwards, what they are allowing you is the following. You can add, read this, static methods can directly be added in Java interfaces. So you don't be surprised, don't be shocked if you see the static methods. Static, of course, non-abstract methods. So static method definition can come as a part of the interface, and wherever possible, don't use now the static that library class approach where you have utils classes and you write a static method. But if you need some data members, non-static, non-final, static and non-final maybe, you still need to write a class. But I'm just telling you today Java 8 features, so you can definitely add that. And wherever possible, this point onwards, I will change it. I'll replace it from utility classes to interface methods. So what are the points you need to know? I mean, you know some of them already. Everyone knows that Static methods means what is it? They are virtual or they are non-virtual. Means static methods can be overridden or cannot be overridden. Everyone knows the answer. Private, static, and final methods cannot be overridden to achieve runtime polymorphism. What is runtime polymorphism? Runtime polymorphism is JVM detecting the method call, the particular method call to be performed on which type of method. So that whole approach is dynamic method dispatch runtime polymorphism. And static means they are bound at the compile time to the class type and now today at the interface type. So there is no way of overriding it, right? But you can see that as a trick question, you will see, I'll take that. So you can see those methods can be redeclared in the implementing class, but will it achieve runtime polymorphism? As in, will it be detected by the type of the object or type of the reference? Tell me, R or O, type of reference or type of object? Of course, type of reference. Okay, so it is all statically bound. And whenever you want to, whenever you want to invoke the any static method, you know how to invoke it. Type name. Earlier we used to say class name dot method name. So here, what will be the syntax? Interface name dot method name. I've tried to write everything so that if you really read it with proper examples, you should not have any question. I mean, you should not have any doubts. So coming back to the point, whether it is an implementing class or non-implementing class, the syntax remains the same. So how to invoke static methods which are there in the interfaces? Interface name dot method name. Otherwise, you'll definitely get a compiler error. So let's confirm and go to the next one. I'm just creating copies. Please, what do you say? Do your proper revision and then only whatever is the actually first pending work, then map related sorting. I'll write the sequence of assignment solving in the later this. So let me add something here. So this is our formula interface. Just a second. So here, this is our formula interface. So what is the latest addition you have seen is you can add default methods. Can I add static methods? Of course, yes. So when you say static methods, which is the implicit keyword compiler gives you is only public. So I'll first write it. So you'll say static something. I don't think that it has to be void returning and no args. It can be anything. I'm just taking a simple example. So I'll say interface static method. The whole idea is to tell you what are the new features. So this is static method. So now tell me which are the implicit keywords added by the compiler. So which is the only keyword? It is public. Abstract keyword is refrained. Abstract keyword is not added. So how do you read this? Public static void show. And you will see whether you can override it or not in a minute's time. So don't reject the syntax. Read the question. Sometimes, I mean, see, exam setters are paper setters and all are separate ones. So if you see some weird thing that before Java 8, then of course this will fail. But if they don't mention any Java version, for your contents, the Java version they are expecting is Java 8. So if they don't mention the version, you can go right away and say that default is also supported, static is also supported. Going next, I mean taking you next. So let me see. So here is my formula. So I'm just doing something, showing you, writing a question and the answer right here. Can you override? You know the answer. Can you override static methods? Answer is a big no, capital no. So, you just try this out. So you will be surprised that this work. So here, implementation class static method. Are you understanding? There is no compiler. I've saved it and all. I'm not trying to fool you. Of course, it is no error. But here, which is the acid test that whether it is a truly overriding form or not? How do you confirm whether you have done it correctly or not, whether it is a correctly overriding form? Annotation. I'm glad to see that immediately I get answer. Otherwise, extra 1 minute has to be spent. And you can see this immediately. Are you seeing this? It is telling you the method show of type must override or implement. In short, you cannot override the static methods. That is out of question. But can you redeclare those methods? Answer is yes. So here I'll just add a corollary, can be redeclared. So that is possible. So don't reject it as a compiler error if there is no override annotation. So what you are telling the compiler, I'm no way overriding the default functionality or whatever that static functionality, but I'm redeclaring it as my own. Sensible programmer won't do that. I would choose a different name. Why would I go to that method? But in short, can it be done? Answer is yes. So this works. This works means this is allowed. Okay. But if I want to refer to, I'll write it as a question and answer. How to refer to those that interface static method? I've given you the answer already. What is the answer for that? You have the interface name dot method name exactly. So what is that formula, right? So here I can do that formula dot show. You will say, what about static import? Of course, static import. So if you are lazy programmer like me, here you can say import static p3 dot formula dot show or start, and then that show formula dot show will disappear. But today I'm just telling you the rules, so no shortcuts today. So this is done, and then I'll write. I don't require that other implementation class. So I'm keeping one package, only one concept, so that you can survive, you can understand things. So here, this works, this works. And when I say ref.show, oh, what happened? Wait a second, what happened to this? Yeah, this is your for, okay. This is a good thing. See, when I make a mistake, you can understand that. Anyone wants to tell you, wants to tell me why ref.show did not work? I just now gave you the rule. The moment you have an interface static method called in the non-implementation class, you cannot go by the reference type. So if I want to access it, everyone, okay, let me keep this as a compiler error. So you know this cannot be done. But if I want to do it in a formula or this, you can see, I'll show you both the versions. So one is formula.show, interface name dot method name. And in last question from this, if I want to call this show method, how to do that? See, I already gave you one answer, interface name dot class method name. But suppose I don't want that. I want to call this implementation class static method. Any ideas? Class name dot member name. So exactly. So what is that class name? My formula. It's not difficult at all, but you know, I just don't want to take any chances so that you can lose marks or whatever. I mean, you run into problems. So this was going to definitely call the interface version or interface method. And this is not at all static methods means how can they be overridden and all. So this is your class method, class level method. And later when you are sitting in the lab and all, you can confirm that. So the other things I'm not showing you. So it is calling that interface static method. And if you remember, we have said don't feel lost. So this is your formula.show. And what is the corresponding output you can see? Wait a second. Yeah. So this is the corresponding output. Then the control goes to line number 11. My formula.show control goes here. And here, this implementation class static method appears here. So that is indicative that it is called. And this I just wanted to show that implementation or non-implementation, it is again calling the static method. So, so what is the point to take home is from Java 8 onwards, you can add static as well as default methods inside the interface. And if you see, I'll just show you a trailer. So you know your famous comparator interface. We looked at it so many times. So if you look at comparator, there are, I would say scary, okay, scary looking, whatever. I mean, your choice of words. So this method is, let me ask you, what are the implicit keywords they have added before this? What are the implicit keywords? Public and abstract. So Java 8 onwards also interfaces can contain the abstract functionality, but that's not my question. So see this. This is all functional programming. So coming back to the point, can you see there are static methods added? Okay, and these static methods are very much legal from Java 8 onwards. So you can check that lot of additional things have been added, such as static methods, default methods, and mainly functional interfaces or functional programming paradigm. So after covering basic to these two things, let's enter something very important is functional interfaces. Read this much, I'll explain. So start with me. This is extremely important. This is the heart of functional programming in Java. So, what is a functional interface? The interface which contains exactly one single abstract method is called a functional interface. Okay. So, what are the examples? Examples are runnable, comparable, comparator, iterable, consumer, predicate, function. So many interfaces, by function, by consumer, so many you'll see. So the point is, are these functional interfaces introduced in Java 8? Absolutely not. If you check runnable is a heart of threads. So comparable, comparator and all, they have been existing even before Java 8. So don't misinterpret my statement. Were present earlier. So what is the new thing they have added is the new annotation they have introduced is @functional interface. So is this a compulsory? If you write a sum interface, which is a functional interface containing SAM, single abstract method, do you have to mark it as a functional interface? Absolutely not. Like how our override annotation, suppress warnings, etc. at deprecated, they are optional annotation. This is also optional, and that has been introduced since Java 8. So which are the Java 8 additional ones? So if you see, since Java SE 8, they have added a new package under java.util whose name itself is function, Java 8 java.util.function. And here, this is new. So this annotation is also new. And since Java SE 8, a new package has been introduced. And what is that package? Java.util.function, which is full of functional interface. This is all new. Functional interfaces. Of course, it has got additional things such as optional classes and all. But the point is, this is a latest addition. But you will say, so what? Okay, there is a functional interface and it has a single abstract method. So I'm coming to the point in a minute. So tell me, what does typically, I'm saying typically, what does typically this one interface represent? Declaration, definition, both or neither. I'm not talking about Java 8, typically declaration. So that declaration corresponds to what is to be done or how it is to be done. What or how? Everyone knows that. There's a clear-cut separation between what goes in interfaces, how implementation logic goes in implementing classes. So now let me take you to the step further. If you think of a functional interface which has single abstract method, how many functionalities, how many behaviors does it represent? Choices are single functional behavior or multiple, single or multiple. Not clear? Oh, okay, I got the answer. Of course, it is a single functional behavior. So, till Java 7, Java was only supporting object-oriented principles. You've seen all four of them: abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism. But Java 8 onwards, The whole world means programming world, has already shifted, and already earlier languages like JavaScript and all, Python and your Scala and all, they are from the day one functional programming supporting. So when you say Java has become Java supports functional programming, it can definitely, or rather you can, Java developer or Java supports passing the functionality, passing the behavior. Think of your arrow functions, fat arrow functions. You know arrow functions. So in arrow functions, what we do? We just pass the behavior, we just pass the functionality to a higher order function. So coming back to the point, here from Java 8 onwards, you will see the arrow functions which are called as lambda expressions in Java can be assigned to functional interface references. It sounds a little weird. Let me come out with the first example and you will be understanding it completely. And then we'll spend some time in giving you the practice of it. So, what is the most important feature of functional interface? I'll repeat some of the lines earlier. Functional interfaces will encapsulate single abstract behavior or multiple, S or M. Answer is single. So, you can pick up or you can create a functional interface reference, and wherever the requirement is, recall in iterable interface, just a second, it's time to connect the dots or whatever. This is nothing but your higher order function. Okay. And here, what is it we are passing is the functional interface. The moment I say in the middle of night functional interface, okay, tomorrow night onwards, today you are hearing it maybe for the first time. So what I mean by that is this consumer interface, how many abstract methods it is going to possess? Exactly one. There is something called as accept. That's a detail. So it will have a single abstract behavior, single abstract functionality. And in the earlier days of Java, till Java 7, if I wanted to pass certain behavior, what is it we had to do? We had to create a class. For example, public class my consumer implements consumer and implement that single abstract method. You have learned anonymous inner classes. So in if I don't want to go to the another class example, what I can pass? I can pass new consumer and write anonymous inner class override the behavior, implement the behavior. But I'm saying none of it is required. Why? Because Java 8 onwards, you can replace wherever you are looking at functional interface, what it can be replaced by a function, what is it called? Arrow function, fat arrow function like that. Or you can say it can be replaced by a lambda expression. So what is the point of the lambda expression is? Exactly. So we don't have a fat arrow here. We just have a thin arrow, but finally it is an arrow function. So the point is nothing but a anonymous. It's an anonymous function. Exactly, right arrow. So it is, yes. So it is nothing but a simply the behavior. Okay, I won't say the first functional programming language is else, but yes, you can think of it. The Java and JavaScript are like parallel now. So coming back to the point, guys, let me not jump into lambda expression, just read the first few things. So the whole point of learning or whole point of introducing functional interfaces was to enter functional programming, where instead of writing a separate class, instead of writing an anonymous inner class, you can directly pass the behavior, and any such method which takes the argument of a direct behavior is nothing but in JavaScript or in C++, we call it as a higher order function, where the behavior can be passed or where the behavior can be returned. Here it is, of course, higher order method. So let's climb one step at a time. So this is the most important statement. So functional interface reference, any of these can be replaced by your concise, the conciseness, bringing conciseness. Instead of focusing on how to perform a particular functionality, we just focus on what is to be done. You'll see all the things clear very soon. Or when you settle on lambda expression, is it possible to give further conciseness to the language? Answer is yes. So there is a concept of a method reference. Method is what? A behavior. So you can even create method references, or special form of a method is a constructor. So there is a concept of a constructor reference also. Okay. So all this is a second step. Just solve this first. Answer, it's a yes or no type. The following are these following A, B, C, D, E. You just have to tell me line by line, whatever, sequentially. Can I say A is a functional interface? It's a yes or no. So let's see what you're saying. Of course, yes. Which are the two implicit keywords Java compiler adds here? Public abstract. And how many abstract behavior you can count? Yeah, single abstract behavior. So the SAM. It's not my short form, don't worry. It's a well accepted short form. Next one. How about this? B. Is it a functional interface or not? The second one, B. B is functional interface. Answer is yes. Because somebody already told extends A. So this is a sub interface inheriting the single abstract behavior. Here I'll say why it is, because it contains single abstract. This is also yes, because inherits single abstract method. B extends A. So this is definitely this. How about C? Is it a functional interface or not a functional interface? It is not a functional interface. Now you have one of this public abstract void show and the other one inherited. So answer is of course no. You got two abstract methods, right? So how can it be? If you try to assign it with assign it or target it with lambda expression, one lambda expression can only represent one behavior. So that is not possible. How about the next one? D. Is it a functional interface? Absolutely not. It is called as of course, the answer is no. There's a special word for it. Let us reach IO. After this, I'm going to start IO. So there is a concept called as a marker interface or a tag interface. Two famous examples. One is clonable and one is serializable. I've not taken any of it. So we'll reach there. So this is your marker or tag interface. It is an empty interface, and the signature mark is trademark is you have to have a single abstract method. So not possible. Here, E. Is it a functional interface or not? Answer is yes. Because when you say extend, say it is inheriting a SAM, single abstract behavior, and after that you can add tons of. Tons of means multiple. The default methods as well as static methods. In short, if I extend my question, suppose I say static something, something. The it doesn't matter, and you have some this. Now what is the answer? Is it still a sing is it still a what? Functional interface? Of course yes, because it has single abstract method, which is an inherited single abstract method, calc, and which is, can it contain additionally the default and the static methods? Of course yes. So this is how you at least get to recognize. Is everyone clear? How do you understand whether it is a functional interface or not? Just look for single abstract method declaration and everyone will, then there's no problem. And even simpler answer. Of course, this is exam kind of thing. But if you actually are confused and if you are sitting in ID, just tag it by at functional interface. If it is correct, no compiler error. Otherwise, of course, compiler error. So this was the background. This was the build-up. Now let me take you to another readme. Just a second. Okay. So finally, we are entering lambda expressions in Java. So read this as a background and I'll start explaining. We start with why and all that. So there's just a background. There's nothing to understand as such, just an information. The word is derived from lambda calculus, and like how it was a big impact in calculus, lambda calculus math. There is a huge impact in the programming world also. So this is why I said, don't say it is following JavaScript. The first language to adopt functional programming concept was Lisp. And if you see all our languages, other languages have been adopting, have been supporting this lambda expression since long time, since ages. But Java adopts it only from Java EC 8 onwards. So now read this carefully. Why? It is very much important. This part is really important. Read it slowly. Okay, let's read it together. Java has been always, I'm not saying pure, you know the reason why, but yes, it has been from the, since its inception, the object oriented. So other than primitive types, with JDK 1.5 onwards, even primitive types, the famous statement. Can object type of reference refer to any data type in Java, including primitive and reference type? The answer is yes. So that is what I meant. Even array is an object. And classes, we create instances which are nothing but dynamically created objects on the heap and all that. So in short, till Java 8, was it possible, is it possible for you to write a separate function just by itself without writing, without making it part of the class and all? Answer is no. So in even clearer words, is it possible to pass, was it possible rather, past tense, was it possible for a Java developer to directly pass the functionality or directly return the functionality from any method? Answer is impossible. But that is what has been made possible with lambda expression. So passing the behavior. When I say passing, I mean passing as well as returning. It's, return type. So passing or returning the behavior was not possible till Java 8. So you have seen a slight relaxation of the rule. You can create anonymous inner class where you don't have to actually go and create a separate class. But if you notice, we have written just today morning that map sorting and all that. You still had to write a class and then override the behavior. Okay. So, I'll of course talk about syntax. You know that. Like I said, it's just a fat arrow replaced by a thin arrow. But the point is, let me make the point clearer. I'll just open our earlier this so that you will start getting the impact of what to expect like. So if you see our, yeah, so have a look at this, please. What is it we are look what is it you are looking at? It is an example of an anonymous inner class. So where does this anonymous inner class begin and end? This is where your anonymous inner class is. Everyone is with me. It's a simple one, much simpler than earlier concepts. So coming back to the point, can you tell me in this highlighted code, which is the pure functionality? You can tell me the line number. This is anonymous inner class, which is, wrapping a particular functionality. So if I ask you, where is that functionality? In which line there is a functionality which needs to be passed around? So line number, please. I hope you are giving me the line number correctly. 117. Okay, so I'll be more precise and I'll say 119. Okay, so this is what is going to be converted into lambda expression. Who wants to write so much of a boilerplate, so much of a repetitive code where I can simply take this functionality as an anonymous function, unnamed function, and pass it around? So that is what you are going to learn. In that you already know from JavaScript, such a handy usage. I'll just show you the syntax in Java. So since you know JavaScript, it makes my job easier. So what is lambda expression? Nothing but concisely written. adding conciseness to the language, focusing on what is to be done instead of how it is to be done. So that is that concise anonymous function, which can be passed around, which can be returned, and all those things. That is nothing but your this thing, lambda expression. So what all it has? It has the list of arguments, list of parameters. It has the body, and return type is totally optional. So we don't write the return type generally. So typically, lambda expression in Java is written in this syntax. So this is of course, there are rules, same rules. So if it is a single argument lambda, you can drop the parenthesis. If there is a zero argument lambda or multi-argument lambda, I mean, this here, you have to put it in parenthesis. Then there is a separator, thin arrow function, I mean, right arrow, and then this is a body of the lambda. So what is that overall thing? You can add the type declarations, but you will see shortly, you don't require type declaration. Java 8 compiler, Java 8 onwards compiler is smart. It can do the type inferencing. How and all will come to know in couple of minutes. So these are the argument list. This is the argument list of lambda, right arrow, and the body. So I'm just giving you, I have not yet connected it to functional interface. Just give me 5 minutes for that connection establishment. So coming back, this is your typical lambda expression. So this is your, what are the arguments here? Two integers. And this is the separator, the right arrow. And this is your body of the lambda. But the whole idea about the lambda expression is to add the conciseness to the language. So if there is only one single liner expression, you can reduce, you can drop these parentheses. And since it is an expression, expression is something which returns a value, you can drop the return statement also. So it can be reduced to, I mean, the body of it can be reduced to simply a plus b. You don't require, if it is a multi-line lambda, of course you have to put it in a curly braces and all that. And but if it is a single liner and returning the expression, this can be reduced. Next one. Is there any need of actually telling the types, data types? Answer is not, because a compiler can deduce. But how compiler can deduce, that I can't explain right away. I have to write our own, I mean, some of our own stuff. So the whole idea is making concise expressions. So you can see that this is your anonymous function. Okay, anonymous lambda expression, nameless function, and this is what it will evaluate it to. You should not find it whenever we have click handlers on submit and any method binding expressions. We write so many things in JavaScript. We always use arrow functions. So easy in the case instead of, or you use function literals and which refer to these lambda expressions. So these are the various examples. Yes, you can add it as a callback also, callback function also. You can of course do that. So the coming back to the point, this is just a syntax. Yeah, so here, this is just a syntax, but unless until you know how to use it, this all sounds like, I mean, irrelevant. So how do you use it? You are going to use lambda expressions as targets, or wherever there is a functional interface reference, you can replace it by the corresponding lambda expression. So read this. I've already said this, it's just a repeat run. But this much of a background is necessary before I write some examples, before we write some examples. Okay, so you know this. So here we are entering the functional style of programming. So see, there are two words. One is the traditional conventional programming, in which you have to emphasize, you have to supply what is to be done and how it is to be done. In short, the loops and the detailed implementation and all. So what is that called as? That is called as imperative style of programming. So traditional, conventional, imperative style is the one which we were using so far. Okay, and which is the other alternative technique I'm showing you is the functional programming technique. So there you will focus on what is to be done or how it is to be done. Tell me, what or how? Answer is only what is to be done. And you will see you have so many higher order functions in Java, like your JavaScript, which will detail out. You have famous, what is it called? JavaScript function map. It is one of the, so such a powerful one, right? So the point is, so filter, map filter, reducer, the typical backbones of any big data operations. So coming back to the point, you have in functional programming, what is to be done? So here, when we say functional programming paradigm, it is also called as declarative style of programming. So imperative style is old style, old I won't say, but yes, traditional, conventional, whatever. And the imperative style, declarative style is nothing but functional programming paradigm. So there is a, if you actually go to wiki pages or something and you look at it, Java is not 100% functionally programming language, because there are something like 10 to 15 key points, including closures, including higher order functions, including so many things, side effects, function with the side effect and all. So Java doesn't support all of them, but Java definitely supports a big subset of it. So so what is functional programming paradigm or functional programming supporting language? A language or a technology where at least some of these features are supported. So most important feature is to recognize your functionalities as the, these are just the words, first class citizens. But when I say functions acting as first class citizens, it doesn't make sense. So guys, I'm just interrupting my statements. Have you heard all of this with ma'am already? Because then I will be wasting your time. Have you already heard all of this? You have heard all of this. So then I don't want to like repeat the same statements and bore you. So you can read about this. So we are having, you can have an anonymous function, you can pass a variable and all that. And the advantages of functional programming are here. So you can read this. So I won't repeat the similar statements in introducing functional programming to you. But I already stated what versus how. But the impact of looking at it is always good. So suppose I ask you how to find out. Look, just look at the problem definition. I'm not into the databases. When I take you to databases, I mean, when you know databases and we use it in Java, we will have select queries and all that. So right now I'm not there. I'm just talking about collection framework. Find out the average salary of the employee from a particular department. So how will you do it in a conventional manner? I think people will understand this, I hope. So because we have spent so much of time. So this is your employee list. You are taking the department ID. I'm saying forget enum, just a small, simple string and all. So here you will have to have some variable, total and all that. I mean, summing the salary, number of employees from a department, and you tell me, is it an imperative style or is it a declarative style? I or D, conventional or functional? It's an imperative style, right? And then you say total slash num. Everyone understands it, everyone recognizes it. I hope there is no ambiguity or no, what do you say, no confusion. Versus when you learn, I cannot say that I will show you all of it, because those are Javite streams are not added. But I will give you lot of readmes and lot of examples, so you'll have to do self-reading. So coming back to this, how can you do it in the sorry, what is it called, declarative functional manner? See this. This is nothing but a wholly, completely consisting of lambda and method references. So since I've shown you example, little bit I'll just explain, but I can't explain too much. So this is your list. Is a array list or something? Yeah, array list. It doesn't matter, any list. So there is a concept of converting the collection to the stream of elements. See, the collection has the, whenever you create an array list object sits in the memory, sits in the heap. But everyone knows the famous analogy. Is there a lag here? Oh, I never saw that. Okay, so there's no lag. This such times you can of course unmute and tell me what you're saying is not audible or something. Anyway, so coming back to the point, there are two ways. I'll show you the collection versus stream. but I'm not going to go into details. I can't basically because out of syllabus, and maybe whenever if in advanced Java or somewhere we get time, I'll definitely give you. But I'll give you a lot of examples. So let me explain. If you want to watch a movie, analogy first. If you want to watch a movie, there are two ways of watching the movies. One is download the movie file, keep it on your laptop, and watch it anytime. For example, I mean, series and all, Friends type series. You like to watch it all the time. Maybe, I don't know you. But the point is like, so then you just download and keep it there. And what is the other format naturally? There are so many streaming platforms. Yes, live streaming, such as your, Amazon and Prime or whatever. I mean, Netflix and Hotstar and all that. So listen to this. The collections are like downloading the movie. Yes, absolutely. So collections are like downloading the movie and keeping it in your memory. Are you getting me? So that is your analogy of collection. Okay, enough of streaming platforms. So the point is you are having it in a memory based collection, array list. And you, once you have this array list object, where is my array list? Here, once I have this array list object, I can iterate through it 10,000 times if I want. It is there. But when you say stream, tell me, when you are using any movie, watching series, web series, or whatever movie from the Netflix, does this get downloaded to your smart TVs or your laptops and all? Of course not. It just downloads the frame, a buffer, till the next packet or next frame is this, exactly buffered this. So that is your streams. So stream is nothing but the stream of elements. You can think of it as a stream of data, stream of elements, which allow you to apply big data operations. So I'm not going there. I just wanted to take a small diversion. So here, this is your collection. You are converting the collection to stream. And why I'm converting it to stream, because then the method chaining. If you use just the collection API, which you have been learning with me for the past week almost, you can't do the method chaining. Streams do support method chaining. So let's not get into too much of internals. Just try to guess. Because you have a background of JavaScript, I can take that risk. Okay, let me just highlight and you tell me. What are we looking at? What is this highlighted code is giving you? Stream of all the employee elements unfiltered. Uh, what is it you are saying, Pallav? I mean, I don't understand. So anyway, so let me just, I did not get him. Anyway, so this is what is it returning? It is returning the stream of specific elements or all the elements from the list. Learn it here, all the elements. Now, here is your first operation. See, the first operation is always reducing the big data in the required ones. Because you know the term big data operations and all. So there is so much of data being generated, but you don't require all this. So first operation is filter. It is called as the jargon as intermediate operation and all that. But you can apply your logic. You can apply your common sense and tell me, if I put my cursor here, if I tap it here, what is it going to return? I'll give you choices. Stream of all the employees or only stream of filtered employees. All or filter, A or F. Everyone knows it. It is stream of filtered employees. You got this? You have your filter method, higher order function. This is nothing but higher order method. And I hope you can understand this. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you jump into this. We will write simpler, softer lambdas, easier lambdas, and then you can apply. Okay, so here, so E is nothing but, see, it's a single argument lambda. So I can drop the parenthesis. And here, what is it I'm checking? Whether the employee is belonging to a particular department. So suppose I give the department name is R&D. What will I get here, guys? Smartly, I mean answer smartly. I will get all the employees of R&D department and streams. It is like a, think of it as like a water stream. Water flows in a stream and all that. So that way. Now, so this was a intermediate operation. This is returning me the stream of elements. Now, this is a, so see, it is not a terminal operation yet. So my stream is not yet over. Can I apply multiple such operations and do the method chaining? Of course, yes. So now, just, guess smartly. I mean, just apply your logic. We have map. in our JavaScript. Here we have map to int, map to double, so many things. So anyone wants to answer, just guess. Okay, you'll say, what is this weird syntax? We don't know it from JavaScript. I know that. This is a method reference. So just apply, just apply. What is it you think you will get here? Answer that. Yeah, it is, but it has nothing to do with that C++ syntax here. It is a method reference syntax. Leave aside the parallel things. Try to focus functionally. What do you think will return here? It will return, no, let's say it properly. Stream of salaries double, salaries of those employees who work in R&D department. So this is map is what? Map is just a conversion. It is a mapping function. It's not a java.util.map. It's not a key and value. Map is the function. It is a function which will convert from source type to destination type, like your mathematical mapping functions. Okay, so it is extracting the salary. It looks weird, I know. And I hope now it is, okay, just a second. I lost here. And now what is this last operation you are looking at? It is the reduction operation. So what is it I had got here? I had got the sum of, not sum, sorry. I had got the, what is it? Salaries of all the employees in R&D. So I'm just computing the average of it. But then when I take you further, if I can take you further, time permitting, you will see that there is a nice introduction of something called as optionals in Java to take care of your null pointer exceptions, to avoid that. So it returns you something called as optional double. And then you have a method called as get as double to get the value. So you might be thinking today that, okay, I'm better off writing it in an imperative style. Who wants to learn these strange things? I'm telling you, give yourself time. Go through my ready-made samples, only ready-made samples, and then you will be there and you will definitely enjoy this. So the point is here, this is too much in the beginning. This is not a soft start at all. This is a complex thing. Yes, anything complexity, I mean, power comes with complication, whatever, forget that. So no quotes. So here, what is the immediate objectives? Let's start from the ground level. Read this. And then we will explore lot of existing higher order functions. Yeah, Ronak, you're not supposed to get it because where I explained, it is something called as method reference. So just to satisfy your curiosity, it is nothing but calling on such this employees, each of this employee, it is going to call the method get salary. If I get time, see, I'm promising one thing. One half I'm promising. I'll give you all the reading material, all the exercises and everything, which I take it for DBDA because big data guys all need all this. So that I will share. But taking this, each of this may not be possible. So this is nothing but calling what? Calling your function, calling your get salary method on employee. Let's not distract. Let's do a soft start, simple start. Read this. We will write it in the next 5-10 minutes and we'll go ahead. And then I will show you so many higher order functions which you definitely require. Read this. So I can start. I sometimes start, but then I have observed that beginners get confused. You are not a beginner in functional programming. You already know it from JavaScript. But I'm not still taking the chance and showing you directly this. So let us write our own functional interface and you will get idea. Functional interface, you know, single abstract method and all that. And we will see how to replace it by a lambda expression. And I hope that will be enough soft start or enough gentle start for all the functional programming. So let's get started here. I'll just, I'll create another one. This is still a Java 8 new feature. So I'm continuing in the same package. Give me a minute. So let's say P4, another package. And let me write a functional interface here. What is it? I said compute. So, okay, compute table. I'm going to give you exercise, assignment. Assignment, without assignment, you don't understand things. So here, I'll just give a problem statement here. Part of it will be here, part of it will be elsewhere. So here, create your own functional interface. But for what? Later forget lambda expression. Lambda expression is little away. So here, this should be able to perform any arithmetic operation on two double operands. So tell me, when you perform any arithmetic operation on two double operands, what will be the result type? Simple question. Of course, double. So, can anyone tell me what will be the method declaration here? Will it be a abstract method? Will it be a default method or will it be a static method? I hope everyone is saying abstract. So public and abstract, I don't have to add. People means compiler adds it. Okay. So give me, what will be the return type? We just now said double. Is it going to be add or multiply or subtract or divide? Depends. Depends on how it is implemented. So I'll say any operation. Okay. Any. Okay. I was going to say any op exactly, but compute. Let me keep it simple. Compute. And what will be the operands here? I've already stated it in a problem statement. It will be two double arguments, double A, double B. So what will happen if I label it as @functional interface? Compiler error or no error? Of course, there is no error. Why there is no error? There is a single abstract method. Are we 100% clear so far? There's nothing, like I said, I mean, that method chain is too much for you to digest, but this is simple enough for anyone and everyone. Okay, so next thing. So here, what is it we are supplying? Behavior or I mean declaration or definition. What is to be done or how? Everyone knows the specification or behavior, and implementation is left to classes, right? So now let us write. I will put it in a what is it called? Words. So here, ideally, I should be writing another interface for this because now you know interfaces can contain static methods. But again, I want your focus on functional programming. So I'm writing it as a normal this. So let me write it as a utils class because you are used to this. If I bring in too many new features, nothing will reach you. So here, let us add. So add a static method. This is like library this. So typically static methods. Add a static method. Read the description here, which can or which will accept two double arguments, and it just accepting the arguments is not sufficient, and the operation to be performed. Okay. Read this problem statement slowly. Add a static method. How many arguments you're going to pass? There will be two double arguments. And the third argument will be, if you're not clear, let me spell it out. Third argument will be the operation to be performed. Which operation? It could be anything. Add, subtract, multiply, modulo, whatever, square root, anything. Okay. And what it will return? Of course, it will return the result. And the result, you know, is going to be double. So this is what is nothing but going to be higher order function. It's not a function, I mean in Java, we call it as higher order method, but to keep the naming same, higher order function, to be precise, it is higher order method. So what is higher order function or higher order method, callback function? This is nothing but the method, the function where you can pass the behavior. So start writing. Very similar thing, but with generics. I can still sense the hesitation in generics. Of course, I mean, agreed. So I will give you this plus generics assignment today. So let's see how you can do it. So coming back, public static, double. So let's say, I'm just checking. I mean, I'm just this test compute. I was looking for some a good name. Test compute. And you are going to tell me what all to pass. So can you tell me the signature method arguments? I've given you already, I spelled it. So what will be the first two at least everyone can give? What is the argument list? What is it I should add here? Let's see what people are suggesting. Yes, two double arguments. Absolutely correct. Anyone can say that. So I can say double D1, double D2. Okay. That's not a real question. The real question is what should be the third argument? I already got it from Ashish. The third argument is no, 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 no. Not a character and all that. If you do that, Anshuman, for example, character or a string such as add, remove, not remove, add, subtract, and all that, you have to do the switch casing. We are adopting a functional programming approach. So, yes, function, a method. So, that is what your callback function, arrow function. But in Java, no, that's absolutely fine. In Java, what is it which is going to represent your single abstract behavior? Give me the name. Functional interface. So what will be the third type is nothing but your functional interface reference. And which is the functional interface we wrote just now? Computable. And you can say computable. So this represents the operation. Are you getting me? This is so much like JavaScript. So here these are the regular arguments of the type, primitive types, just the numbers, just the operands. And the third one is telling you what is to be done. The how part, see this, there's a clear-cut separation. This just tells you what is to be done. And the how part, the implementation logic, we will write it as a lambda expression shortly. So this will be a one-liner. Anyone wants to tell me, help me. So what should I do? I have to return. I have to take this operation and perform it on these operands and return the result. So translate my English statement to Java. As in, type it here. What should I return? I'll repeat my. Take this operation, perform this operation on these double operands and return the result. Exactly. Are you getting this? So not operation, just this one. The method has to be called. Absolutely correct. So what is this operation? It is nothing but a functional interface reference. So all I'll say is return operation dot, what is that? Compute. And what are the two arguments there? This. So tell me, do you understand or do not understand? You already understood it in JavaScript earlier. Do you agree with me? This is a higher order function. Definitely your map, filter, all these are higher order. I'm just making the whole journey easier by writing arrow. That's it. So this is your higher order function. And which is the argument which represents the functionality? Not the first two, the last one. So this finishes step 2. What is the step 1? Identify the behavior and wrap it in the functional interface. Second one, what is the second step? Write a method, write a higher order function which can accept that behavior. And the third one is now write a lambda expression which can supply the implementation. But again, whether you are a beginner or from JavaScript, I'll still write it in 2 steps. You'll see this. So here, let's say tester or test one or whatever, I mean something. So here, let's say, suppose you are not working in Java 8. Java 8, I mean, you don't have any functional programming and all that, but I still want to call it. So I'll say, what is the requirement? Pretty easy. Add 2 numbers. Nothing can be easier than this. So who has to call whose method for which purpose? Tester has to call the utils method to perform this operation, to perform this add operation. So let's do this. I want to return display the result. So let's start. Let me use that import static to reduce the code. What is that package? P4, I guess. P4 dot utils dot test compute. So that reduction. So here, don't answer with a lambda expression. Lambda expression is a second step. I need to show you why lambda expression, what is that conciseness and all that. So I just said test compute. I can give any this. I mean, I don't care about the values. Anyone wants to tell me if you are working in Java 7, where there's no functional programming supported, can you write something here? So what is the third argument you will pass? In earlier days, I got the answer, but that is this one, Pallav, this anonymous inner class, or I could have created a separate adder class, public class adder implements computable, override the method. So sorry, I don't have that. So what I can do is I'll just take a one shortcut, new computable, you know the whole thing. And here, since it is adding the numbers, add this. Are you getting it? So what will it output is the easiest question I can ask you. Just sum of these numbers. Confirm. Nothing great, nothing surprising. But now if I say subtract the numbers, I mean subtraction as the behavior. So see what all has to be copied. Okay, forget the question, scratch the question. If I want to perform the subtraction as an operation, which is the only line truly which will change? Tell me the line number. Everyone knows it. Only this, but earlier versions of Java which were not functional, we had to write all this, and this is nothing but your boilerplate code. So I had to keep writing this. So you can see that it is a, if you check my bin folder, you will see what will be the name of the classes. Test1, $1 for this, test1, $2. But can everyone understand and appreciate that there's so much of repetition? So finally, enter lambda expression. I think I got it from Pallav already. So lambda expression. Okay, so answer this. So what is it I should do? I will write the first part as it is. And instead of, you can either do it as a function literal or you can also do it the inlining way. So first tell me the inlining way. So what is it here you will add? You know the syntax of a lambda expression. So what is it here? Arguments, right arrow, and the body. But since it is a single, okay, just let us do the full way. I mean the longhand way, and then we'll replace it by the shorthand. So now here, which arguments, what is it representing? It is representing a single abstract method. So rush to this. And this is what you are converting into lambda. I know this could be boring for some, but I don't want to take chances. Later after 2 days, I don't want any confusion when we actually start using it. So here, so what is the argument list? See this. I'll say double. Variable names can be anything. Double B. And this is your separator. And then this is a body. So what is that body? Here you have return a, what was it I said? Okay, star B, something, product. So here you have this. But tell me, something I messed up. What is it required? One more. Okay. Okay. So can you see the reduction? But I'm telling you, or rather I'm asking you, is this so much of lambda is required or not? Of course not. So what are the further ways? So I'll just comment this and you know all of it. So I'll give you directly the last version. So tell me, are these parentheses required? Answer is yes. If it is a single argument lambda, then it is not required. But specifying the data types is required or not? Can our smart compiler, Java compiler deduce it? Of course, yes. When you say computable, computable has a single abstract method. So it is revolving around this. So it knows compiler is saying you don't, I mean, you are underestimating me. I'm smart. Compiler is telling you. So I can deduce. And what else it is? If it is a single liner, you don't require the braces and you don't require explicit return keyword. And this can be, of course, how can you have a colon, semicolon there? So that's it. So it gets as easy as that. And when you upgrade yourself, clean, yeah. So it is nothing but your, this is where, am I passing the instance of the anonymous inner class? No. Do I have to create a separate class to hold this behavior? Absolutely no. So all I'm passing is purely a what? Purely a function, purely a behavior, which takes an anonymous function. I've written in my readmes and notes, there is a difference between anonymous inner class versus lambda expression. So do read that as a exam help and all. It actually gets compiled into a private method internally by compiler. Okay, so when you see the decompiled code and all that, you can check that out. But the point is today, appreciate the conciseness. So this is what is the starting point. And now you know, you saw all of it. So this is what I'm going to get it done. Of course, the objective will be something different, but you will have to write your own functional interface. Yes. I can't say always this one, Surya, because sometimes you still adopt the older techniques if you don't learn Java streams. And unfortunately, they have not given, as it is an overstretched time for collection framework, a lot. So anyway, I'll give you enough reading or enough help materials you can build. Coming back to point, this is your conciseness. Now, now this is enough background, enough, what do you say, introduction. Now let us look at certain. Again, we are still into collection framework. Again, all these things will be too much for a beginner, but yes, there are some things which you can manage. So let me take you to our for each. The starting point should be easy. So I'll show you the for each method. Where is it? Iterable. So take a look at iterable dot for each. Do it systematically. Maybe for once or twice initially, you may find a little bit of hesitation. Later, you will get comfortable there very soon. So coming back to this, are you looking at it? See, this is what is I started today. I mean, Java features. Iterable is the name of the interface. Okay, which is the new function, new higher order function, new method they have introduced. One is for each, one is split iterator. Ignore split iterator. Focus on this. Now focus here because of course I'll be saying this 2, 3, 4 times, but grasp it. Try to grasp it. So what does this default keyword tell you? There is a default method implementation right there, but we are already past that. You know that already. So now focus on what is the method name for each. What is it replacing? It is replacing your external iteration by the internal iteration. External to internal. People ask me, which is higher performant? I'll say both are equal. There's no performance we are talking about. So don't think about performance factor here. It is only the way of coding, clean coding, conciseness. Lambda, people say syntactical sugar and all that. There's no performance improvement. If you learn the parallel stream, then of course there is a performance improvement. Coming back, now focus. What is the argument of this? Everyone can see it is a consumer. And you will see that it is nothing but your functional interface in a minute. Okay, so everyone knows this. That is why I spent so much time earlier. So what is the meaning of this? Which type of consumer you can attach? See, don't answer. I'll ask you. See, suppose it is a iterable of type employee. Iterable can be attached to a list and set. Everyone knows that. So let us say T type is employee. Now tell me what all type of consumers I can apply? Either an employee or its super type object. But you know very well, if you go to the object type, again downcasting. So typically we will have just type T. Okay. Now that is all covered. So what is new? Click on consumer. By the way, please, I've been telling you, insisting from so many days, please log in with JavaDocs. You cannot survive functional programming without JavaDocs. So here, consumer, and now start not appreciating, observing things, which is the package java.util.function introduced in Java 8, full of functional programming aspects. In short, full of functional interfaces. So now here is the confirmation. So read this. So as you can see, it is a functional interface and you can definitely assign it. The moment in the middle of night you hear, tomorrow onwards, a functional interface, you know that it can be replaced by, it can be assigned to, or it can be replaced by, substituted by lambda expression. And if you want to add further conciseness to the language, to the code, some of the lambda expressions, I'm not saying all, there is a constraint. Some of the lambda expressions can be even further concised into that. You remember that 2 colons, that syntax is method reference. Coming back, once you know this, you go slightly inside. And what is the next question you should ask yourself? Which is that single abstract method? Because without knowing that, you can't go ahead at all. So they tell you That is why I'm saying you can't survive initially without Java docs. So which is that single abstract method or functional method accept. So come down here. So forget default and then you forget, look for the functional method. So take a look at it and I'll start asking you first question. Okay, so quickly recap. You know, this gets crazy in the sense too much of API. So let me help you with that. Which is the higher order function I'm explaining? For each. Where does this higher order function, where is this defined? Answer is in iterable. So answer the simple question. Will I be able to use this for each function, higher order function, in my lists as well as sets? It's a Boolean question, yes or no? Of course, yes. Now, why? Because both are iterable. Next one. What is the next thing I was saying? Yeah. So what is the argument of for each? It is a consumer interface. Is consumer functional interface or non-functional? F or NF? It is a functional interface. And the moment you here it is functional interface, what does immediately follow is, can it be replaced by the concise form of lambda expression? 100% yes. So now I'm trying to see, if you want to write a lambda expression, which is the method you are going to substitute? This is that SAM. This is that single abstract function, single abstract method. So can anyone tell me what is it I have got? I've got a bank account. I'm continuing in that, okay, or something, because I don't want to waste time looking at time. So I have got a, suppose, list of accounts. Everyone knows that we've been working in that. So suppose I have got list of accounts and listen to the requirement. I just want to display what? Account details from this. How you would have done it in a imperative style or conventional manner? You would have written a for loop. I mean, for each external, for each employee, no, sorry, bank account A in accounts, and done that. I don't want that. We want to upgrade ourselves to functional programming. So can anyone tell me what will be the lambda expression? I'll take it slow. Can you tell me what will be the argument of the lambda? Anyone wants to answer? What will be the argument of the lambda? Okay, so how many arguments? First basic question, single argument. Do you have to place it in the parenthesis? Not needed. You place it, you like it, you place, but otherwise no. So you can have a placeholder. If it is an employee, I can say E, or if it is a bank account, A or whatever. Then comes your right arrow, separator. And what will you write in the body of the lambda is whatever the operation you want to perform. So I start with the simplest, just display the details. So what it will be? Anyone wants to write the lambda, which represents this method? Yeah, sys out. No, I want the full lambda expression. Okay, so employee 2. This one, Anshuman, it won't print. Yeah, Piyush's answer is this. But it is incomplete. Yeah, I can accept Shanu's answer. E, right arrow, SOPE. And of course, it is a single liner lambda expression. So is it required to be placed it in what is it called? Curly braces? Not required. So this is how we arrange it. This is how we understand it. But if I directly jump to it, sometimes I feel maybe you won't get confused. You are already pros. So some can. So let me do this first in an imperative manner, just for one or two examples directly, then I'll write it in a declarative manner. But let me go systematically in order to help you. In short, first I will write it using anonymous inner class, and then you yourself will realize that this all is not required and will replace it by concise lambda, just for one or two things. So before that, let me get our, wait a second, I need data, right? So where is my data? Data means all that, comma, core. Will I require custom exception? I may not, but utils. So let me paste it here and give me a second. I'm just opening the utils and we are just checking here what all we've got. So I have got a method. I can remove this. So those are not required at all when we entered collection. So today means in the beginning I'll use the list of bank accounts and show you the easy lambda expression. And then we'll deal with maps also, one thing at a time. So I'll write it, get populated list of accounts. So you know that, import static and all that. Keep your answer ready. I think you have already given the answer, some of you at least. Import static, utils, collection utils. I'll say simply start. And here, do I want to get the populated list or populated map? I just want a populated list. So initially at least. Later I will change it to map. And what is the trick here? To assign it to the LHS, control 1, and assign statement to a new local variable. So I can say this reduces timing. So the objective I'll write, display all account details. But is it with, okay, fine, I'll not write anything. So you will tell me. So I'll just at least force you this much, using higher order function. Okay. So here, what is that higher order function? See, first few days, not first few days, we don't have days to spend on it, unfortunately. But for first few minutes, maybe, iterable is the interface, typed interface, and which is the method you saw from that. It is a default. I'm just keeping the whole information in front of you, becomes easy to recap. Public default, void. What is the method name as of that higher order method? For each. Answer the next question, which is the argument it takes? Consumer. And consumer is the typed interface, generic interface, and it has the connection, it has the relationship with T. So what is it using? Question mark, super T. So T or its super type, and here is your consumer. So this is it. Now, once you have it in front of you, first I'm writing it in a imperative style. Means we are writing a lot of code, and then we will replace it by that lambda which you already told me. So here, how do I do this? Can I use this for each? Of course, yes. Why? Because array list is iterable. I can use all the functionality. And here, if you say no to functional programming, you can always go the good old way, anonymous inner class. What will be the type which is allowed? Either a what? Bank account or super type. I definitely don't want to go to the super type. Avoid implement methods. This is that single abstract method. And here, what is the functionality? What is the behavior? I just want to first thing has to be simple, SOP. So let me take a small pause and ask you, are you completely clear? All the statements which I made, everyone is fully clear? But isn't it so much of a boilerplate code? So the for each method being a higher order method, can I replace this anonymous inner class instance using a clean coding, I mean concise coding using lambda expression, pure functional approach? 100% yes. So you dictate. Sorry. So what is it? You know the what is it part. List dot for each. So repeat those questions to yourself. What is the argument of for each? Consumer. Is consumer a functional interface? Yes. Can it be replaced by lambda expression? 100% yes. So here I'm just saying A for account. You can use any variable name. And I hope you are now the whole thing is in front of you. This is the functionality which I'm replacing by lambda. So go for that type. T, A's and all doesn't matter. And here, like somebody told me, SOP A. And since it is not written in a curly braces and all, you don't even require you should not write the ending semicolon. So you decide which approach you want to use, imperative style or the functional, which is nothing but your declarative style of programming. People are adopting. to functional programming here almost everywhere. Of course, object-oriented principles are not gone anywhere. They're still there, but the style of programming, style of coding is here. Functional is called as declarative. So here, what is the declarative? You're just telling. Am I writing any loops here? Am I supposed to write any while loops or for loops or anything? Nothing. I'm just telling it what is to be done instead of how to do it. Again, the same question. Are we completely clear? Fully clear? Like I said, because you have already seen the syntax, 70% only, Pallav. I was expecting a more percentage to be precise because you have seen the whole works in JavaScript. Okay, anyway, doesn't matter. We have got a lot of examples to build you to increase it to more than 90%. Coming back. So this was your one higher order function. Now I can do, okay, let us take the other one. I'll give you the objective and you will give me the, I'll of course help you also and then here. So this was your collections. Actually, it is not collections, it is your iterable this. So here there is another hierarchy. More you solve, more you feel comfortable. So let me give a question objective. Here I'm saying remove details of something. Remove details of accounts having balance less than specific balances. You will say such a weird requirement, but I can't offhand I can think of such things. Dormant accounts and all requires more things. Inactive accounts. So remove the details of accounts having balance less than specified balance. So let me just verbally ask you. If I ask you to, I mean, if I allow you to do it, I'm not allowing you is a different story. If you write a traditional, conventional programming, you have data in the list. List is iterable. So tell me, if you want to remove these accounts, can you use for each or will you require? Exactly. Yes. Yes, Ronak. What you are saying is that is what is the inferencing, automatic inferencing. I thought that point was clear. Anyway, it's an important point. Here I said, just take the cursor here and you will see it is nothing but implicitly. Why that is implicit inferencing? Because it just goes by the type of the list. And you remember what should be the type of the this thing consumer you are supplying is T or super. So what is the type of the argument to the lambda is totally inferred from, deduced from type of the list. Are we clear? Because I just now saw that somebody, I mean, Ronak saying it. Is everyone clear? Okay, great. So now I will ask you that earlier question again. Tell me, if I allow you, if you do it in a earlier approach or conventional manner, I was asking you, can you use for each loop? You can't. You'll get your concurrent modification. So what is that step you have already known? Iterator, you can use list iterator because it is a list, and then you can use the remove. I'm saying learn the higher order function remove if. Okay. So where is that function declared? In the collection. So open please collection dot remove if. You'll see a method. And here I get a chance to show you another functional interface. The whole idea is, to make you little bit conversant at least. I'm not saying fully comfortable. When I'm spending less time, how can I expect that? Anyway, so please read this. And let's take, filter, your filter method. This is your kind of, it's not exactly filter, but yes, it will remove the filtered elements. Okay, so start noting things. Noting is not the word, noticing things I meant. It's a default method implementation because it is all a new API, latest API, modern API. What is it returning is Boolean, and you can immediately read when it will return true if it could find the match and if it could remove certain elements, it removes, I mean, it returns true. Now, what is the internal working? See, internals are all the same, We have spent a lot of time understanding it. I'm just today showing you a higher order variety. So what is the method name? Remove if. And the first question you should have is, what is the argument? So click on it and you can see the whole statements, whole thing is the same. It is from the package java.util.function. Is it a functional interface? I'm trading the same path. So keep responding. It is a functional interface, as you can see. And the moment you hear the word functional interface, can I replace it by, can I substitute it by lambda expression? Again, yes. So which is the next question you should ask yourself, guys? Which is that single abstract method, which is also called as functional method. So that is that functional method, and you can just click on it and you'll get it here. So all you have to do is look at this predicate. The name of the functional interface is predicate. Predicate is basically filtering criteria, right? So all you have to replace is predicate interface reference by a lambda expression. And which functional method you are going to replace it by lambda is answer is here. So take a moment. I'll give you a minute. I will write it. I'll write it in a separate one. Okay. So I have already given you. Forget code. We'll write it here. So tell me. So here, suppose you have got a list. Okay. So let me solve it with you. So suppose I have got a list. Do I have to iterate over it using iterator or list iterator? Absolutely not. So I'll say remove if. Okay. Direct higher order function. Now, what is the argument of that? Tell me. What is the argument of this is predicate. Predicate. And this is same question mark. Super. And that is nothing but your filtering criteria. So answer this. Is this a Is this a functional interface? Yes. So which is the method which you have seen? Which is that functional method declared? It is public boolean accept. No. Sorry. Accept is for consumer. Test. And what it takes is type T. Okay. This is the functional method which you have to convert into lambda. So anyone wants to tell me what should I do here? Give me the lambda expression here. Okay. So yeah. So here you have to say before I have written. Okay. So at least you are definitely on the right this. So for every account, you just check this and that before date has to be the argument of before has to be the specific date. So, but in a nutshell, you are absolutely right. So start converting. Is everyone finding it comfortable or are you lost? I need honest feedbacks. I said comfortable or lost. Otherwise, honest one saying lost. Okay, so let me take it that people, you know me now for last 14 days. So why do you want me to see all this? Fine, I accept it. Yes, don't worry, no problem. So here we will go the longer way. So if there was no functional programming, at least here you can at least hear the anonymous inner class. Okay, so here new, what is it I will write? New predicate. I'll not write all those things, you know. So new predicate, the this, and here now understand the statement. So let me ask you, if you want, okay, I think you did not read this carefully. I don't know. Wait a second. Read this twice. So what is it telling you? This remove if method is going to internally attach the iterator to traverse over the entire collection. Point one. I hope you are still not lost. And then it is going to call in that loop, which method? It is going to call on this supplied filter, which method you saw? The test method. Okay. And so it is going to call, you can actually visualize the code for each, forget for each iterator, otherwise concurrent modification. So attach the iterator and in that loop, it will call that whatever supplied filter, filter.test. So answer the question. Next question. Those who are lost, I'm talking to them. So those who have understood, please remain silent. So silent as in non-responsive, don't respond. So coming back to the point, now answer that. If this method returns true, we have to write this method. We have to supply the criteria, filtering criteria. If this method returns true being a Boolean, will the element be removed or will it be retained? So at least give me that. Removed or retained? I'll repeat the question again. I said, if this method, follow logically. That's why Java docs is so essential. Go to predicate. Predicate gives you a test method, forget others. And here it says evaluates this. So if you supply, you have to write it. You have to write that criteria, filtering criteria. If it returns true, see the description. It tells you loud and clear. The element, read this, removes all of the elements of this collection that satisfy the given predicate. In simpler English, what they are trying to tell you, if your filters test method returns true, element is removed or element is retained. Answer is element is removed. So now think about what is that filtering criteria I gave you just as a tiny example, small example. I said that somebody said date. I said balance. I think you people got mixed up. So here, now, what is that? My testing criteria is the account balance. Okay. So how you would have written it? You would have written it using iterator, but I'll not waste that time. Remove if, new predicate. This is your anonymous inner class, which is the method you would have to override public Boolean test. I'll write it in a long way first and then the concise way, lambda. Now I have to check the account balance. Sorry. This is going to, of course, it's a T type here. So it is bank account. Okay. So now at least can you understand this? What should be this? Because that is what is going to be a body of your lambda. So you can say that I want to return true or false. So let's do the thing. I hope everyone remembers the account balance is the primitive. In primitive, sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought I got mixed up into compare to, my mistake. So I'll just simply say return a dot, this thing, get balance is less than specified balance. Tell me, specified balance will take it from user. So tell me, when will this method return true? Let's take some numbers. User says the minimum balance is, user means my bank manager, who is little crazy because he wants to remove the accounts and all that. So if the specified balance is, let's say, 10,000. So can you tell me when this method will return you true? Pretty easy. At least this is easy. So if your balance, account balance is less than 10K, what will this method return? True. And when this filtering criteria returns true, this particular account reference, will it be retained from this list or will it be removed from the list? Is it making sense now? So all you have to do is you sit down and just convert it into lambda. So because that is why I'm saying, see, your own story, you have JavaScript experience. I mean, you have seen this. All I'm taking you is using a Java syntax. So now let's start with the first one. Okay. So here, list.remove if. Now same statements I'm making. What is the argument of that remove if method? Predicate. Is predicate a functional interface? Yes. Can it be replaced by lambda? Double yes, or whatever, 100% yes. So here, okay, now you are trying to convert this method, you are replacing with by lambda. So just remove everything else. This is all a boilerplate. You don't even require the name and the return type. Directly come here. Do I have to say bank account? No. Type inferencing is done by the compiler. How? By detecting the type of the list. So here it is a single argument lambda. I don't require those parentheses and all. So for every such account, now can you tell me at least the behavior? If you go completely here, I can always wrap it in a pair of curly braces, right? And exactly the same. Are we still lost or are we little bit lesser lost? Clearer? Okay, those who are, see, I'm not, I mean, expecting, see, some of you may get it, some of you may not. So may not is the important one. But I'm saying now here, so what is happening? It is internally attaching a iterator, going over all the elements means account references, and checking, and wherever this method returns you true, I mean, body of the lambda returns you true, that element is removed using what? Iterator dot remove. But I'm saying now, you know the shortcuts. Do I require these braces? If it is a one-liner lambda, answer is no. And since it is the expression it is returning, you don't require explicit keyword. This is what it reduces to. I'm telling you from my own experience earlier, whatever, whenever I learned functional programming, it does take time to, to understand the syntax and change. It says a mindset, mind change. I mean, earlier you are used to so much writing for each and while and all that, and it is sudden change. So let's try this out. I hope people are clearer. Don't worry, I'll give you a lot of requirements and get the whole thing clearer in the lab session. So coming back, now let me just write one functionality in one. I'm making a copy here. By the time I hope, I'm being hopeful, optimistic, that by the time we stop for lunch break, I think your degree of confidence will increase. I'm just hoping. So let's see. Get the populated list of account, fine. The rest all I don't want. I mean, we will write. So here, what is that I want? Remove the accounts from the list having less balance. Okay. So I don't want to waste your time. I'll just hard code. Of course, anyone can attach a scanner and all that. So let's say anything which is less than 5,000, I want to remove. So this one and this one should be gone from the list. So let's try this. So I'm hard coding the balances, minimum balances 5,000. So now start doing list. List is a collection, and in collection you have seen that higher order function remove if. Okay. Now start with, I have already, anytime you feel lost, please refer to that anonymous inner syntax. So here I'll write the same words. I will first write that API. Just copy it, otherwise it takes so much time. This is that higher order function. I'll take the whole thing. So whenever you are reading, whenever you are doing the revision today, please go through it in a sequential manner, and you will get confidence. So all this is fine. Now next line. This predicate is a functional interface. I'm making the same statements all over the place. Can be replaced by a lambda expression. This is given. Given means I hope you have understood this. And the moment I see this, the next question is, what is that single abstract method which is called as functional method? You know the answer. It is public Boolean test. It is that filtering criteria where you supply type. Okay, so I'm putting all the things together for your own clarity. And now you can do this. So here it is an account list. How many arguments to the lambda expression we will have? Single argument. So I can drop the parenthesis. And this is not the time I'm displaying it. I just want to filter out the elements. So we had written it already. So A dot get balance less than, for example, I'm saying hard coding it to 5,000. There's nothing special about 5,000. You know that. That's it. So compare it to the code which you must have written earlier with iterator, has next, next and remove, and compare it to this one liner. And I hope at least everyone, Java docs are the only lifesavers. Absolutely agreed. So over time, you'll start getting used to it, and you don't have to go that long way of pressing it. Sorry. Sometimes, that some different characters are added. Anyway, doesn't matter. So this is there. And now this part I want you to remove. Display remaining list. Display the list after removal. But are you allowed to use any, what is it called? Older style, convention style? No. You have to use the functional style programming. In short, lambda expression. Give me that. You already know that. I want to display the list. Write it yourself. Give yourself practice and you will be there without before you know it. I want to display the remaining part of the list. So what is it you have? Exactly. So list dot for each and the SOP. So here is your list dot for each and remaining list. Again, it is iterating over the remaining this. It is called in the jargon. Jargon means functional programming jargon, stateful operation. See, there are two words. One is statelessness, which is heavily worshipped, heavily valued in programming, and one is stateful. So, why this is called as stateful? Don't worry too much if you don't understand here. Over time, you'll understand. Why it is called as a stateful operation? Is it making the changes in the list? Of course, yes, modifying the list. But as much as possible, modifying the state, exactly. As much as possible, we'll try to use the stateless operations or over time, I'll show you. So here, this is a stateful operation. Coming back to the point, this is your SOPE. And of course, this is a wrong syntax because you can't add a, unless until you have the block, unless until you have curly braces, you can't really add the semicolon inside. That's it. So I will say original list. I'll just put a list so you'll know what was earlier and what is before and after types. So you can say list after remove something. Okay. So confirm and check whether it's working correctly or not, or have you messed up something. This was your original list, which was using a single higher order function for each. And this is the modified list, stateful operation. It is modifying the state of the list. So it is removing certain elements. And this is your, I hope, correct one. Yeah. So whatever is the less than 5,000 is all wrong. So tell me, feeling better or equally lost? Degree of lossiness reduced slightly. The only way to survive is start using it. And that is what we are going to do today. Two things I'm going to get done in the lab is, yeah, thanks for responding. So the point is, one is map related, not this map. I mean, not this, our Java util map, which is so important. And the other one is functional programming, lambda revision, not revision, lambda practice, I mean. Next one. So now, I'll just talk about something. Let me say this. What are the standard limitations of the map type of collection? I mean, of the map types, So here, the map is not iterable. Since map doesn't extend from iterable or collection, map is not iterable. So till Java 7, if you wanted to iterate over the map, what is it we had to do recently? Tell me, what was the solution? What is the solution of it? Is, of course, convert it into collection view. And you have seen all those methods, key set, values, entry set, etc. Okay, but now I'm saying they have added, they means Java 8 onwards, Java 8 guys have added a for each method, higher order function directly in the map interface. So please open map interface and here you have a search bar. You can simply say map dot for each. See, I'm taking the simple higher order functions today. I'm not showing you chaining and all that. That can be little heavy for the beginner. So here, so look at it and you yourself will get it. I mean, will discuss. So please open map and here we will start the whole discussion with you in a minute. Okay, read this slowly and I'll start my questions in a minute. Okay, so whose API you are looking at? You are looking at map interface methods. When it is added in the language since Java 8, answer is here. And now, so the moment it has added, they had to supply you with the default implementation, because otherwise earlier code, hash map, linked hash map, property, dictionary, etc., whatever implementation classes, the code would break. So all this part is earlier discussed. Now, let me ask you, from Java 8 onwards, does it mean that that map has suddenly become iterable? I'll repeat my question slowly and clearly. Am I saying, are we saying that from Java 8 onwards, map is iterable? Absolutely not. But they have given you a higher order function which implicitly works like this. So you spend another minute at here, and you can start connecting to the concepts. You can start understanding. So start solving. What is it you are looking at? Your good old for each. But can you attach for each to the map? Absolutely not. It wasn't possible earlier. It is not possible today. So what is it doing? What is it they are doing, guys? They are using nothing but our conversion methods. Key set values and entry set. What does entry set return? Answer is in front of you. Set, okay, sorry. It returns you set of entries. But what is individual entry? It is nothing but map.entry of key and v type. And once you have got this, then you have the, I'll talk about that by consumer interface, another functional interface. It has the same accept method. Earlier you saw collection, sorry, iterable, for each, and a consumer. Soon you are going to see a by consumer, and it can take the key and a value pair. So on the first day, don't go to such depth. Not warranted, not required. Functional programming is all about what is to be done, not the internals. But sometimes you feel nice looking at internals, so I showed you. So let me go our own way. I mean, usual track. So what is the argument of this higher order function? By consumer. Click on that. Tell me, is it a, what is it called? Functional interface or not a functional interface? 100% it is a functional interface. Okay, and 200%, as we say, it can be replaced by your lambda expression. Okay, so which is the next question you should ask yourself? What is that single abstract method? Which is that functional method? So click on that. And I hope you remember, just a while ago I showed you iterable. Iterable had for each, and the for each ka argument was consumer. Now I am showing you map interface. It also has for each, but what does map contain? Map contains key and a value pair. So naturally, the same accept method is now with two arguments. So can you tell me what is this T and what is this U? What is this T and U? See, T and U are just the names. Exactly. Key and a value. What else? So when you attach it to map dot for each, this will be key type of the reference and this will be value type of reference. And if I tell you that, okay, using the map, I mean, using this higher order function, display all the entries in the map, it becomes one liner again. If you want to write it in the, I'll write it in both manners, traditional and this thing, conventional and functional. You decide what is it you want to adopt. In the lab exam, see, sometimes, lab exam makes you more alert. It's not a point to scare you or something. Just focus. We are not going to specify. If you solve it with a functional programming wherever you can best. But are we going to make it compulsory? You have to solve it functional APIs? No. You can do it in a conventional manner. You can do it in a modern manner. All up to you. So coming back to the point. So let me say test 3 into test 4. Oh no. Yeah, okay, I can do that. Please revise all this very carefully, very thoroughly. I mean, carefully and all is not the point. Now I'm saying I want to learn, I want to take you to the maps. So get the populated map of accounts. I'm going to just change the scenario and I'm going to ask you questions in the lab session. Get populated map of accounts. And here, I think we have got that other method. Populate map. This is taking it from that list, populate sample data. And I hope you have revised enough. If you have not revised, I don't want you to feeling lost right here. Populate sample data returns me the error list. There is no, I'm not making a statement that every time you have to start with a list and then put it in the map, you are losing performance. You can directly populate the map. This is how the code was. So I'm just assigning it to the local variable and I'm just calling it as a map. So tell me honestly, let me remove all the things. We will write from scratch. Okay. So is this line at least clear or are you already lost? Are we clear on this line? Yeah, I'll give you the list. You are too early in asking question. I'll give you the list soon. So here, is everyone clear here? Just focus on what is being discussed first, please. So now, if I go by imperative style, old style. Okay, the objective. First, let me say the objective. Display all entries of the map, from the map or whatever. Okay, so this, and I'm writing it in a non-functional programming manner. It is imperative style. So can I attach a for each to the map? I mean, for each loop? Answer is no. But can I convert it into the what is it called? Entries view or collection view and do that? Of course, yes. So see some shortcuts I'm taking. Shortcut means import static. Otherwise, the whole thing becomes everywhere I have to say map and map.entry. So see this. I want to access directly. I hate to write map.entry everywhere. I just want to refer it to the entry. So what is entry? Static nested interface of that map. So see this, import static java.util.map dot. There are so many methods they have added. So I'll just be happy with map.entry. Okay. So hereafter, I can directly access it as only entry or map.entry. Answer that. Just a second. I'll just close this. What's the answer we are having? It is only entry because that is the whole idea, right? So now, so I can say for each entry, it is k comma v. What will be the key type and what will be the value type? It's the map. So you know this already. So here, for each entry e in, I can't say map because map is not iterable. So which is the method which will give me the entry set? I mean, the name of the method itself is entry set. So what it gives me is just take the cursor there and you'll know it gives you the set of entries. And once I have got the set of entries, I can definitely write it as there are two methods in the entry interface. There are multiple, but basic ones is get key and get value. So I can print get key and I can have something separator e dot get value. So here we are supplying. What we are supplying is what is to be done is this printing the key value pair and how it is to be done by attaching a loop. Is everyone clear so far? Because I'm not going to write it. I already got the answer. Exactly. So the answer is, the point is, are you clear with non-functional approach? So now I'm saying you don't require all this because of that higher order function. So I can say or, I'll run this and then I can just comment it. Not at all saying that it doesn't work. Of course it works. So can you see? This is the key and associated value, etc. You can check the output. So I just want to do it without all this. So let me comment this. And now I'll just say it verbally, looking at time. So which is that higher order function? For each. What is the argument of a for each? It is the functional interface. What is the name of the functional interface? Is it a consumer or is it a by consumer? By consumer. And so what is the, see, I told you, you can't survive without Java docs, at least in the beginning. And what is that single functional method, single abstract method? Accept. So how many arguments you have to pass? 2. So do I need parenthesis or I don't? Of course I need parenthesis. So you can keep it as simple k comma v, because everyone can understand k comma v in the middle of night. And all I say is sys out, and then you can do whatever you want with this. So if I want to display only keys, fine. I want to display only values, still fine. I want both. This is the way out. So you yourself see the what is it called? Imperative style versus declarative style. Isn't it clean? Isn't it so concise? Output, of course, is going to be the same. So unordered, what we are attaching is to the unordered, unsorted map. So output wise, it is the same. Are we feeling more better? If there is a wrong English, if you allow me, are you getting the feel of it? Functional programming. Once you get the feel of it, I'm telling you from my own experience, it is addictive. You don't like to write anything which is non-functional. It is totally addictive, habit forming. So this is it. Next one. Just taking simple examples today. And if you allow, we can always, allow is not the word, time is the thing. Anyway, so now our famous sorting. So here I'll talk about objective. Map sorting will become little complex, so forget that. So here I can take this simple one. Objective is, let's say, sort the list of accounts. Good old. As per any criteria. You can take one criteria, two criteria, both. Let's take both. Sort the list of accounts as per creation date and balance. Earlier ones, or you can say creation date and type. Anything and everything you can take. So if this was old style or good old style, conventional style, at least can everyone understand how to do that? I hope everyone is having no issues in that. So we can say collections dot sort. First argument is the list to be sorted. So that is all fine. And what we used to give as the second argument, guys, everyone knows the answer. Yeah, custom ordering, very right. So what should be the argument here? Instance of the class which implements comparator. So what we used to write is anonymous inner class and all that. Everyone with me? Everyone is understanding new comparator and all that. But now take a pause here and ask yourself, go open your comparator. So collections.sort is a higher order function. So here simply search for comparator. And this comparator is a functional interface. And the moment you say this, you know what is the next line. It can be definitely replaced by your lambda expression. Everyone is clear? So these are your inputs. So now what is it we are going to do in a couple of minutes is, here itself, can I inline it by a lambda expression? Yes. So when I say comparator in the middle of night, what is the method? Which is the method you have to implement? Compare. And that compare method you are converting into lambda. So how many arguments are there for compare? 2 arguments. It is list of accounts. So let me say A1, A2 types. You can use any variable names. You can say account 1, account 2. And now here, since it is going to, I'm going to fit it in one liner. You don't require any curly braces and all that. And what it will be, this will be, I'll not write it twice because wasting time. This is where your body of your compare function. So I said, first do it with a creation date and then do it with a balance. So I take my statements back. Of course, you'll require it 2 lines and all that. So we will add a curly braces and the whatever, the method, the lambda expression body, and we'll finish it in the similar manner you already know. Are you getting this? Yeah, compare. A1 dot compare to A2. No. Akash, you're off track. Here, if you say A1 dot compare to A2, you are talking about the bank account being comparable. I don't want to touch my bank account class. Bank account is not having any comparison function. This is what that comparison function is what I'm passing as a behavior. Okay, so wait for a second and you will be there. So let's create another one, another copy. I'm just creating. Test file looks good. And I'll start with the unsorted one. Observe. I was hoping I would start IO overview at least. No, it has to start on Monday. So get the populated list of accounts file, display the original list. So, you'll at least have an idea. So now I'll not waste time. You know that. Okay, so this displays the original list. Everyone knows it this much. Now I'm saying I want to sort as per date and balance. You can have any criteria, as you know that. So now go systematically. So start with me list dot sorry. There is a list dot sort method also, but I have not shown you, so I'll show you the good old one. Collections dot sort and take the first one as what is the first argument? List to be sorted. And this is where the whole comparison function, the lambda expression corresponding to that compare function will come in. So how many arguments are we passing? Two accounts. So I just say A1, A2. And here you have the this thing. Actually, I can do one line also, right? I can do the anding. No. I can't. Do. I was just thinking in loudly. You can't do that. So this is it. Now, this at least everyone knows. So what is it? We are comparing it first by date. So start. We've written this earlier. So there's nothing, no big deal about it. Like, so coming back to the point, what is it I would say is return A1 dot get. Oh, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting the type inferencing. Okay, get. I'll try. Get creation date dot. Have I messed up somewhere? So generally we get IntelliSense. Anyway, I'll not waste your time. Compared to A2 dot surprised. Yeah, that is that earlier UTF-8 problem. That my IDE problem. Don't worry about it. So I have done this much. Now take me further. What should I test next? So if it is, what should I check for? 0 or non-zero? If dates are same, then only I'll check by balance. So if return is equal to 0, then only you can say here, this is like this is a bulky lambda. This is no longer a single liner. So then you can say return A1 dot. I'm still surprised. Yeah, that is some weird things. Get balance, I guess. We'll convert it into double A1 dot. I don't have any IntelliSense suddenly. So I hope I'm not missing. A1 dot get balance dot compare to. What should I compare it with? A2 dot get balance. All I'm doing it is in the ascending order. So that is returned. Otherwise, you return with this RAT. So see, the whole idea is, I guess collections itself is not okay. That is why it was scribbling all the time, maybe. Anyway, so are you getting this? So what is the second argument is not anonymous in our class. It is your entire lambda expression. And if I want to print this list, sorted list, just first confirm whether we are done it correctly at all. And this is your list. Okay, so check. I think we had removed that duplicate date. That much you can do. So this is unsorted. Just check 11, 18, 20. Yeah, looks fine. And you please add duplicate dates. I mean, two dates and the same. And then you tell me whether it is really sorting as per balance. So that is not the point. That point you already know. So can you check this? So comparator being the functional interface, can it be replaced by your, what is it, lambda expression? 100% yes. And this is your proof of concept. I'll just wrap up in a minute. But you will agree that, again, this is too bulky a code. Okay, I'm not showing method reference. Method reference, I don't know. I'll give maybe a ready-made example. So the point is, like how we have, what is, okay, let me say it properly. In functional programming, the functions are the first class citizens. That's a famous statement you'll hear anywhere. But what it actually means is you can pass the behavior, you can return the behavior already seen. Returning you're not seen, but at least passing you're seen. But what is the other one is you should be able to assign entire function definition like how we do in our JavaScript const, and I can say function and you can assign some function name and I can assign the whole arrow function. Same thing, nothing but function literal. So either you can do it this way or you can also use the function literal approach. That is the last thing and we will stop right away. So that if you see the syntax, I mean, you should not have any confusions. So the same objective I'm solving, but using function literal. Here. So sort this. So here, what we are looking at is the function literal. It's a reference to your function, nothing else. How do we write it? What will be the right hand side of that function literal? This entire function definition. Function definition means anonymous function definition. So here I'll say this. This is done. This is got. This is there. Anyone wants to tell me what can I assign it to? What should be the LHS? I hope it is pretty easy. Yeah, assign it to the variable. I'm saying which variable? Yes, answer that. What should be the variable I should assign it to? What should be the type of the variable? The list, wrong. No, I don't want a generic int, wrong. Yes, exactly. Functional interface reference. We have said it so many times. The lambda expression is assigned to, or rather functional interface reference can be replaced by the lambda expression. So I think you did not get my point. So no problem. Just a second. This. I'll ask you, what are you looking at? Answer this immediately. What is S? What is the example? It is a string literal, string constant string. What is this you are looking at? Count. This is nothing but integer literal, integer constant. I'm not said it final, so I can actually say final also here. Const in our JavaScript. Anyway, so this is your integer literal. Likewise, what is function literal? The entire function definition, I can attach it, I can assign it to the functional interface reference. So which is that functional interface we are talking about? Comparator, right? But comparator is a typed interface. So comparator of which type? It's a bank account type, and I'll say account comparator. Okay. So now this is what becomes so handy and so reusable. See, if you inline the lambda expression, you can't reuse that lambda expression. But like our JavaScript, if you assign it to the function literal, this is nothing but function literal, where functional interface reference can directly assign to, you can assign it directly to the lambda expression. Okay, so now what is it I have to write here? Do I have to write that clumsy lambda or longer lambda? Of course not. What should I pass here is the function literal, and the output will be the same. Are you relating it to JavaScript? We write const and let's say on submit or button handler or whatever function, I mean some event handler, and we assign the whole function definition there. Exactly same. And then in the button, when you say on click, whatever, you can just use that function literal. Same. So this is your function literal and supported by the language, since it is a functional programming supporting language. And you can confirm this again. I hope, yeah, it is all sorted correctly. So this is like more than I have stretched it. Declaring a new comparator? No. Where you are saying new comparator? It's an interface reference. There is no new comparator here. It is, you are missing the point, looks like, Surya. This is not, is this, take a look at it and tell me, are we defining any anonymous in our class? No. In your lab session, check what are the dot class files generated. Which dot class files were getting generated for your anonymous inner class? Outer and outer $1. There will be only test 6. Anyway, let us carry forward this discussion in the labs. You please go through, I'll define a proper assignment sequence, solve the assignments in that sequence. So first focus is on maths, and then the focus is on functional programming. And then in that itself, I'm going to request lab faculties. So yeah, exactly. So I'm going to request the lab faculties to introduce you. To introduce means just to give you the concept of streams, functional streams, and take very basic examples on functional streams. And then I can give you the list of functional interfaces which a Java developer can use. Okay, so that part we are going to get it done in your labs. So of course, join the labs properly, individual labs, and learn more. That will be all. I'll upload everything, including the assignments and all, and we will start solving it in a proper sequence.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're most welcome.
Thank you.